here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. You also get like the sultry version of me today. This is what I sound like now. Is this my life? Is this going to be the rest of my life? Am I going to sound like this forever? Oh dear. How's everybody doing today? Grand Rising, Heather. So good to see you. Absolutely, V. Absolutely. I'll add you to the list right now. We've got Lottie. One moment, dear. Let me just put you in. You said it was on 6/21, right? Hold on a sec. Please hold. 6/21. Yep, I got you right here. All right, we have added Lottie to the list. She will be number 3 today. If anyone else would like to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Hi there, how are you doing today, Alexandra? So good to see you. Grand Rising. I'm doing fine, dear. I just sound funny. Your voice, it's definitely sounding better. You're 8 out of 10 today. That is great to hear. And thank you for sharing the live, V. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Oracle Erica. How are you doing today? Welcome, Soul Journey. As I mentioned, friends, the list is open if you would like to get on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for today. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway we'll be doing is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we will be doing today is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Also, prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving you guys a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Nikki, I've got you on the list today as well, dear. If anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. And Alexandra, thank you for getting on the list for today. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 6th person read for. Let's talk a little bit about this Cancer new moon. Let's talk a little bit about this Cancer new moon. I feel like it snuck up on people. Here's the thing about a Cancer new moon. Cancer season is often about working through vulnerability, okay? It is often the space where we plumb the depths of the psyche. It's working through the subconscious. It's working through the deeper feelings. It's a lot of that deep diving. Why do we deep dive? We deep dive for pearls, right? We dive deep to be able to find pearls. When we go into the exploration of the self, the only way out is through, right? It's the journey within the self to be able to understand the self on a more deep level. But here's the thing, and if you're like coming over here and you're like, what happened? If you're like, what happened? I'll tell you what happened, okay? We had Jupiter and Mercury herald us into Cancer season, almost before Cancer season started. We were winging along just fine in Gemini season, and then boom, Jupiter and Mercury just popped into Cancer a little bit early. So we already started to feel a little bit of that heightening of the sensitivity, right? A little bit of the tenderness of the feelings emerging, right? Starting to go into that dive, even in the midst of some overwhelm. Potentially, even feeling that any kind of overwhelm that you might have been experiencing, or a lot of muchness during Gemini season, because like, again, we talked about the fact that Gemini season's all about the array. It's all about the muchness, right? The muchness sometimes brings up a lot of those feelings of insecurity, the worries about the self. So we already had a little bit of that precursor that began before we even exited Gemini. And then we moved into Cancer season. And then right as soon as we moved into Cancer season, boom, new moon in Cancer. Now, here's the thing about a new moon in Cancer. A new moon in Cancer is always about exploring vulnerability, all right? Because Cancerian lessons are often about the observation of the egoic self versus the internal self, okay? So we're already feeling a lot of that vulnerability, working into the space of being allowed to change, going through the context of change, right? Coming out of Gemini season and the vulnerability that it takes to change, right? But, okay, this particular Cancer to new moon was also in Cancer. And so you have to understand, and this is the thing about it. So one of the things that we identify, and we talk a lot about this with the space or the idea of sanctuary, there's some journeys we cannot go into as it relates to being vulnerable unless we feel safe to do so, right? Vulnerability is a gift. And the amazing thing about vulnerability is a gift that we can't give others. You can't give your vulnerability away. If somebody asks you, I'll show you right now, be vulnerable with me right now. You don't know who I am. You don't know who I am. But that's the thing about it, right? That's what we talk about with the idea of the fact that the ego is effectively there to protect our vulnerability, right? And when we have a healthy ego, it serves us in the space of doing the work to protect the inner self. When it's too big, right? When it's too big, it blocks the self from the world around the self. So we're already feeling vulnerable, okay? We're looking at a situation that we're entering Cancer season. We got Mercury and Venus in Cancer, so already feeling a little tenderness, especially as it relates to working through the context of the self. And then, of all the sign work that the new moon is in, it's in Cancer. So you have to imagine the idea of like the vulnerability of self, looking for somewhere to go. I'm feeling vulnerable. I need to change, right? I'm feeling vulnerable. I need to change. Like looking for a space where one feels vulnerable and potentially like the new moon, the new moon in Cancer is like, it's like an open window. It's like, it's more vulnerability. Here, you come here to the vulnerable space in order to feel vulnerable, right? So, and this is what I meant in relationality to this type of new moon, potentially hitting different, positively or negatively, depending on how we work through that. Positive aspects of that new moon in Cancer, and I'll tell you right now, the way that this particular new moon is affecting you will have to do as it relates to honoring the gift of vulnerability, understanding that vulnerability is a gift. We can't force it from others. We can't force others to be vulnerable to us. This is how absurd it is when we say they're not being vulnerable to me. It's like you can't, someone cannot just choose to be vulnerable. And at the same time, the celebration point, when we feel the ability to do so, right? The gift is of vulnerability, is that it is unlocked. And it's more beautiful in the context of it is a gift that we cannot choose to give others. It is something that it is it's a transcendent gift. It's a transcendent gift for that reason. So if you feel like there were a lot of these feelings emerging during this period, this is what this new moon is all about. I wrote a whole article on this on the Substack in the Mystic Meditation section, plumbing the depths of the internal self, recognizing the transcendent beauty of vulnerability in the fact that it is a gift that transcends our ability to give it, that it is that vulnerability is not something that we effectively carry within us, but something that forms between us and another when we feel safe enough to do so. Now, this is why we do the work of the ego, because when the egoic self is in accordance and in alignment with the internal self, the higher self, we're able to find that ability of understanding and letting that kind of serve as the function of articulating the benefits, the positives in relationship versus the hindrances, right? The difficulty points. And that point, working on the map of the self, this is why we saw that there was a shift that effectively occurred during that solstice period of the energy in separation, moving out of magician energy into temperance energy. It's a continuation of that work, if you will, because you'll recall that what we spoke about in relationality to the energy in separation being in magician energy was the ability to prioritize the authenticity of the self as the prioritization point in building new relationships. But that's not all. Okay? It's one thing to be authentic. It's another thing to be attuned. It's one thing to be authentic. It's another thing to be attuned. Because when we feel attuned, the authenticity that we express is something that feels like it is in accordance to our higher self. And that's why we see that a lot of the energy right now in separation, what are they doing as they're building into new partnership? They're honoring the self in the process by exploring the self. Because when we explore the self and we know the self, it is the highest gift that we give to partner. Because we look towards partnership and we don't say, help me, I don't know who I am. Save me, I don't like where I am. But it's the ability of saying, I have arrived to you complete. And this is what I have come to learn about myself thus far. And I would like to continue that journey with you. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing this may be having a lot of conversations, particularly in the realms of the work that one is doing on the self. It doesn't require perfection. It requires identification on where the work is. And a lot of that energy potentially healing in separation from circumstances or situations where, again, the egoic disparity potentially fundamentally damage a partnership in some way, shape, or form. Why do we talk about the egoic disparity? Because when we build into the context of understanding that, much like a manifestation goal, the journey of the self is one that we come to know ourselves better as we move closer towards it. That is the definition of the space of the celebration that we have in relationship. Because when someone gets to know us, they get the outside, right? And that's pretty cool. And then they go deeper, and then they get really excited because they're like, guys, I got some good news. It's kind of the same thing all throughout. It's just much bigger. It's more of it. It's great. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just as good. It matches, right? It all matches. It all moves through, right? That's what we mean about the integrated aspect of the self. And that's what we build into with integrated partnership. But when we have those moments that we're effectively not articulating, and it's the same with manifestation goals. When we're trying to move towards a manifestation goal, we focus on the fact that the most important aspect of the manifestation goal is how we move towards it, right? What we do to bring it towards, how we move towards it, because that is also the definition of the healthy manifestation goal that changes us in accordance to us moving towards it. Now, for the energy that's moving deeper into relationship right now, we see that these are the magician partnerships, the relationships that we're forming from about the time that Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune a couple months ago, up until about that solstice period that we just experienced. These were the relationships that were prioritizing authenticity above all. And what we really see that may be happening, I would not be surprised if a lot of those relationships are working out a lot of frustrations right now, not towards counterpart, but the frustration of seeing the embodied manifestation that often helps us recognize what was energetically missing in relationships of the past, right? A lot of that continuation of the reminder of the fact that we don't build into partnership based upon potential. We build into partner relationship based upon the potential of where the manifestation goal could go, but not the potential of the person, right? Because when we build towards the manifestation goal potential, it's the excitement of what we can create together. But when we have that moment, when we show where someone shows up and we're like, well, if they just do this, if they just do that, that's not healthy, right? because that is not looking towards the celebration of the counterpart, but more about the transformation that you hope to engender within them. So this is why we see that a lot of the energy right now is releasing frustration either towards the self for having allowed oneself to be in relationships of that matter, right? The potentiality of looking towards the potentiality of what you hope to change within another, which we should always be conscientious and cautious of moving away from. Or situations or circumstances where they felt like another person was trying to change them in partnership. Understanding that change is always something that we find in partnership. It's not change that is necessarily the bad thing in partnership, because when change is moving us towards our higher self, it is transformational, it is abundant. But when it feels like another person is forcing us to change in ways that we don't desire, this is a relationship that feels like it contorts us. It feels like it starts to traumatize us, because it's the wound that makes us feel that we are not precious, but something that is in need of fixing. So that's why we see that there may be a lot of energetic release of frustration right now that may be occurring during this time, because something about often the first thing you do as you arrive towards a manifestation goal in partnership is you free yourself of the audacity of something that you could not see before that point. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, these were those chariot partnerships that we were identifying that were occurring from about the start of the year up until time that Mars stationed direct. For a lot of the relationships in that modality, the reliability of counterpart was the prioritization point of those relationships. When we find the prioritization point of the reliable counterpart, where we're not constantly wondering what's going on or deciding when we're going to be able to see someone, not having to constantly live in the mode of the modality of the present, it builds the architecture by which we can start to explore the self further. So we see, and this is very interesting, for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, they're very much in the same position that we see the energy in separation. And that is a good thing, right? The recognition of the adjusting manifestation goal, something that they've been building with counterpart, and identifying and recognizing the force of change in terms of how much they've changed. And they're sifting through the matter of the self to see what else needs to change as they move into a maturation of manifestation goal. So that's a point of understanding, and this is what we see again with the allegory of the crab, which we're going to talk a lot about during Cancer season, that the beauty of a healthy manifestation is that we often outgrow it, which doesn't mean that we move away from it, but that the manifestation itself expands as we move closer towards it. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my Spot on Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But go ahead and let me know in the comments how this particular energy is affecting you today. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the sixth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for today on these apps, pregnancy and mental. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Hi there, Marty. Hope you're having a beautiful start today. No problem, Michelle. Take your time. You are also we're doing sultry divine energy updates today. It's very ASMR in here. I told you the new moon in Cancer is going to bring out vulnerability in different ways. Okay, this is how it's expressing in me. How is it expressing in you? I sound ridiculous or very, very sexy. I can't tell. You guys, let me know. I'm doing great, Vicki. It's fine. I'm better than yesterday. We'll see. Maybe it'll improve as I'm here. Bridget, good to see you today, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you for those level up sparks, Oracle Erica. A little summer, I hate them. I hate them summer colds. They're dumb. Hi, Carrie. If you'd like to get on the list, you can do all you need to do is send a donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And same Denise. Oh, Angio, what do you know about the tarot that you would make that determination? What if I told you that I do a lot of work to try to help dispel that rumor? I've got to tell you, I've been studying the tarot for over 30 years. The messages that I find in the tarot have its closest association to the tenets of almost every religious practice that I've yet to encounter. So I hope if you stay here, and again, I actually offer classes on this if it's something that you're interested in learning more about. I have a whole organization called Tarot Church to help dispel that discrepancy. Nothing I have found in the tarot has any connection to any particular faith or practice. They're unifying messages that we find across all cultures that reaffirm our own commitment in terms of how to live a virtuous, good life and how to appropriately work in harmony and togetherness and love. That's everything I've ever found in the tarot. And again, I hope that if you stay here, I'm sorry if you have experienced something that made you feel that was different. And I hope if you stick around for a minute, you'll be able to find that out because we're about to get started on our collective reading. All right. And Denise, if you'd like to have a reading, I'm happy for you to do so. All you need to do is send that donation and you'll be added to the list. You will be the 6th person read for. Oh, no allergies. Oh, that's the worst. They're the worst. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Adina, for the corgi. Guys, make sure you give Adina a follow. I had a beautiful podcast with her earlier this year. You can find it over on her site and over on my Substack in the collaboration section. Go ahead and comment in the comments, Adina. I'll be sure to pin you. B Phoenix, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Lind Nerd. Thank you for the follow. Yeshua was a very, very smart person, a very, very blessed individual. We have no beef with Yeshua here. All right. But I don't know if he'd be really down with you, like putting his name in all caps like that. Bridget, so exhausted, but I think it's because my body's coming down from being on eggshells. You know, just you said it yourself, Bridget. You're recalibrating your nervous system. Get some magnesium in you. Okay, make sure that you're eating a lot of whole grains. Drink some water. You know, those cortisol levels spike, man. It's no joke. I mean, I gotta point out, NJO, the only person who sounds a little judgy right now here. No offense. I don't think anybody's judging anybody right now. But I mean, apparently. Thank you as well, Lay, for the follow. Grand Rising, Michelle. You slept through the alarm. I told you, it's this Cancer. There's a lot of, it's a Cancer new moon energy. You know, it's gonna feel a lot of like, boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? It's gonna feel like a little bit like that. I'm Grand Rising, Little Vamp. So good to see you today. Fig. Hi there, Indigo Rose. Thank you for the follow. See Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And oh, no problem, Michelle. Take your time. Grand Rising, Fig. Marty, thank you for the follow. I told you there's a lot of audacity right now. Thank you, Bridget, for the beautiful gift. Please remember, guys, we've got 2 contests going on right now. We'll be gifting a reading back to the collective when we get to 50K likes. We'll also be gifting, we'll be doing a reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective reading. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. I need to point out, on Jail, just a heads up, there's divination in the Bible. Go look what Jesus did to save Mary Magdalene. Okay? Go find the section. And what was Jesus doing in the cave that whole time? What was Yeshua doing in the cave? He went in a cave for a really long time. What do you think he was doing in there? All right. Again, no slack here. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I'm going through. Sending you support, Oracle Erica. I know, it's all right. Oh, Oracle, I hope you're doing well today. Meeting my husband where he's at and who he is, not in the potential. We love to hear that, Erica. Continue to do that work. It has made me realize it's so much. It's not just, that's beautiful though, right? Identifying the mutual work. Remember, everything is solvable so long as it's mutually carried. Okay, I told you what tarot is, but do you know anything about tarot? Because I've been studying it for 30 years. I mean, if you've got credentials in it, I'm very happy to discuss it with you. I love talking about the tarot. It's kind of my thing. It's kind of my thing. I'm very up for a conversation about tarot, but it seems to me that you're basing it. I need to understand the basis by which you're making these claims. You got to have evidence. You got to walk me. I'm like totally up for a conversation, but you have to understand condemnation is your ego pushing about against something because you're afraid of it. And often when you're afraid of something, it's because you don't understand it. So we're all about understanding and education here. If you're willing to have a conversation, I'm definitely willing to talk to you. But again, you have to understand condemnation is not a conversation. It's something that you do to make you feel. Your condemnation is what we do to make ourselves feel good about ourselves. We don't condemn here. And and like I've got simple rules. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to learn. You're welcome to participate and receive the reading. You just got to be nice. Same code as Yeshua, I point out. Yeshua had the same code. As long as you're nice, you can hang out. You know? But you got to be nice. You got to be nice. Oh, I'm sending you so much support, Oracle Erica. Right? Thanks. Going to do what I wanted. Oh, TikTok comment changed my opinion. How are you doing today, V? Oh, welcome. It's spicy. I know. I'm not. Listen, I told you I'm not surprised about spicy energy right now. I literally just told you guys, this Cancer new moon has everyone deep in their feels, right? And that's why I'm going to say even now. Listen, it's okay to communicate your feelings, but make sure you're communicating what the feelings are asking for, not just the fact that you have them. Okay. I already know. I've been reading about this the last couple of days. Okay. Remember, communicate what the feelings are asking for, not just the fact that you have them. You know, good to see you today, dragons. Oh, first gift, Izzy. Thank you so much. You sent me the first gift you've ever sent. I appreciate you. No, V, don't apologize. I know it's difficult. It's difficult, you know. I understand. It's hard, but we try to give everyone a moment, you know. I know that there's a lot of misconceptions, but I agree. Missy, thank you for the follow. Sage. I like that. Bridget, I've never seen that before. That's amazing. Oh, that's great. I'm feeling pretty good today after some banter in the chat. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, Little Vamp. Welcome. Good to see you today. Can Lottie's reading be 4 cards because I won the reading? Yes, V, but but it doesn't have you listed as a subscriber. I think your subscription ended. So if you want to resubscribe, I'm happy to give her 4 cards. Adina, thank you for the roses. Good to see you today, dear. And thank you, Alexandra. Good to see you as well. I have the worst endless allergies year round. Oh, V, make sure it's not acid reflux. Maybe you've got agita. Dragons, go to the remedies section. Go to the remedies section in the chat. I'll tell in the Discord. We can talk about it. I'm coming up on my solar return plus all this additional Cancer energy. Oh, hydration right now. Give yourself time, right? And again, I want to say it. Speak through it. Don't react to it. Just speak through it. Don't react to it. My cortisol levels are all over the map. Get you some magnesium in there, Bridget. Grand Rising, love and light. Good to see you today. Lily and Lavender, thank you for the follow. Morgan, thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you, Nancy. That's really kind of you. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Adina, thank you for those roses, dear. Oop. He was planning moves. Who was planning moves? Oh, Nancy, sending you support. Thank you for reminding me to take an allergy pill. Yes. Let my sultry voice guide you to take allergy pills today. I told you guys, it's like double Cancer energy right now. Everybody's going to be real cranky. It's going to be crabbiness. It's going to be feeling like cranky. But we're going to talk about, I want everybody being like, I don't want you, listen, if you're about to start a conversation, make sure the conversation isn't just, I have feelings. Make sure you articulate what the feelings are asking for, okay? It's going to help today. And I knew it too, because I tell you, like the after effects of some of the moons, it's not the, like, and this one, I'm going to tell you, it crept up on people. It crept up on people. You know, you keep shining your beautiful light as well, Pat. Kendra, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising Marisol. Ajita, I love it. Get the Italian out there. You know, here's the problem. No, we don't have a word for it. We don't have a word for it. I was telling my partner, we don't have a word for it in English. You know, I'm always trying to explain to someone, agita is a state of, it's like, they're like, what is it? I'm like, it's a medical condition, but also a state of mind, but it's also a person. You know, it's a lot of things, you know, and when you get it, you get it. You know, I'm like, I have agita, they're giving me agita, they're agita. It did creep up. Cancer in my north node. I have feelings, exactly. I like that. Yeah, agita is heartburn, but it's not. It's also everything. Exactly. It's a total. It's a concept. It's a concept. But I think it also, like, I think it. You know, here's the thing. I think other cultures have a deeper connection to the mind-body connection, right? Like things can bother you, and when things bother you, they bother you, right? It's like that's why you gotta like work on the good vibes. And I love this because agita is a really good explanation of that, right? Like, oh, I don't need it. Like you go like when you usually when you hear the word agita, it's premised by go away, you're giving it to me. It's just like I don't need this. Hi there, Cancer Moon. I did stop myself from having I have feelings conversation this morning. It's okay. It's okay because again, it's not, and here's the thing I'm going to tell you right now. It's not that you can't have conversations right now on feelings, but make sure you're doing the work to understand what the feelings are asking for, not just the fact this is not the time to be having a conversation with someone about the fact that you have feelings, because I'm going to tell you, it's going to create a little bit of that perfect storm between someone who's already at their limit. When you know this, when you're at your limit and someone comes towards you and they're like, I have feelings, like you have to say right now, are you available to talk? Are you available? Are you available for my feelings right now? Right? Because it's like, I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of vulnerability right now. A couple of speaking of that, you can read all about it. You can read all about it over on my Substack. I just wrote an article in my Mystic Meditation section talking about this particular new moon energy and how, and listen, there's a good way to work with it. There's a good way to work with it. I wrote all about it over there in terms of things that you can do, manifestation practices that would really suit this energy. Not for everything. It's not for everything. It really isn't it's not the type of energy you can use for anything. Like none of this like brooding stuff. Make sure that it's coming into a space that allows you to like move through something in a way that feels energetically positive. Oh, thank you, little vamp. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I really appreciate that. Speaking of a couple of updates before we get started on today's Daily Collective, first and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Temperance card. That class could have been so much longer. I can't, here's one of the things. I'm going to be like, we're going to be readdressing these cards. Like I'm going to be doing like 2.0 on all of these classes at some point. So like, I love it because like even in the hour-long class, we haven't even scratched the surface on the cards. The next class, and like the Temperance card was a perfect example because I could have easily made that a 2-hour class. Absolutely easily. The next class we're going to be hosting will be on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. And I think it's really nice. I think it's really appropriate timing for that card because we're going to talk a lot about the ego space And it's a really good card to kind of talk through a lot of that work. We're going to be talking a bit about the history of that card. We're going to be talking about the symbology of the card. We're going to talk about spread applications, how you can read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread to take with you out of that class to help you work towards the lessons of that card in your own reading. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a member of those classes, is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church class library archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied prior to moving into that class. But if you wanted to catch up, now is a great time to join because you got a little bit of a headway. You'll be able to take a couple of those classes before we start our studies. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned thus far or are currently learning. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of readings, you will also receive complimentary, you also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to the complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which give you recaps on everything that we have are experiencing in article form. I just wrote one detailing the work of this new moon in Cancer and how to utilize it to work towards your manifestation goals. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these on an individual basis per dream or as a series. If you purchase the Dream Interpretation Series package, I would encourage you to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list as always is open. You'll be the 6th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here angelic guidance, highest priority messages from spirit, dream interpretation, mediumship, past life, love readings, pet readings, and spirit guide readings. You can see the full list over on my tree with links in it in my bio. Hi there, Mystic Maven. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. And Kendra, thank you for the follow as well. And I have constant agita. I mean, when you're Italian, you kind of always do it. This is kind of the part of being Italian, just constantly in a state of agita. It's just how much agita. Like how much, where's your agita level today? The agita level is, the agita is real. Totally right now. It did creep up. Excellent. Yep, when idioms don't translate. Exactly. It's a state of mind. Hi there, Marisol. Welcome. And Rue, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Jaws. Hope you're having an awesome day. I managed, yep, I got you, dear. I believe. If you just give me your first name, I think I've got you on the list. I'll read the list now. I'll read the list. You guys let me know if I'm missing anybody. If I'm missing you on the list, put your name and the initial of the place you sent it, not the full name, okay? It's like, listen, the apps look at the other apps like X's. You can't speak their name in their house. They don't want to hear their name, okay? So you put your name and then you just put the initial where you sent it. Don't put the full name. The app doesn't like that, okay? The list we've got right now is Busy. We got Addie. And you guys have extra cards because you got on early. We got Lottie, we got Nikki, we got Alexandra, and we've got Greg today. If I missed your name and you're on the list, give me your name and give me the initial where you sent the payment. I'm going to get in there in a sec, in there for this one. Excellent, dear. I got you on. Thank you, dear. Lovely Cat. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And thank you for the follow, Karen. Oh, that's so kind of you to say. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I got you. I got you, Greg. All right, friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started today on our collective read. But just remember, we got 2 giveaways happening right now. The first giveaway is we're going to be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And whoever gets the highest gifts will get that free reading. The other giveaway we're doing is we'll be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time, and then we'll do that giveaway. We're already at 8.1K. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who haven't received it before. You also give me encouragement because I sound ridiculous right now. I mean, I don't sound ridiculous. I just sound very. This is the ASMR version. This is the ASMR version of the Divine Energy Update today. We're better than we were yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I just was like this. Now we're like this. We're climbing back up. All right, friends. Yep, this is sultry. This is sultry Strega. This is sultry Strega. Say that 5 times fast. That's hard. All right, friends. As I mentioned, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for Thursday, June 26, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the Chariot in its reversal. Yep. Chariot in its reversal in conversation, really, with the 6 of swords in its reversal. This is like, I'm going to just tell you, this is like Venus on a clamshell kind of energy. It's soft shell crab energy. It's super vulnerable. It's working through vulnerability. It's working through, it's the identification of the self and working through the vulnerability of the self. But this is why I told you that this type of new moon, this new moon and the last new moon are kind of energetically hitting differently, right? And I got to tell you, I feel like this one kind of caught everybody unawares because what the thing you have to understand is, and I love this, you know, often when we're going through Cancerian cycles, it's the identification point of recognizing and identifying the work of the healthy ego, right? You can't just discard the ego. You can't do it. No, and actually, it's really dangerous when someone says I don't have an ego, because that doesn't even make any sense. Everybody's got an ego. You can't get rid of it. You can't get rid of it. No, I've done it. I've shed the ego. There's another ego. It's like a crab. You know what I mean? It's like, ta-da! There's another ego under the ego. You know what I mean? Like that's what we talk about. It's the acknowledgement. It's the acknowledgement of one's ego that allows one to heal the ego. Because, and I love Cancerian lessons, because Cancerian lessons are the healthy conversation between the higher self and the egoic self, right? Because what does the egoic self say, right? Like the egoic self says to us, I'm not your enemy, I'm here to protect you. But this is also why we have to do the work on healing the ego. Because what happens, you have to think about it like the ego is the defense mechanism of the body, okay? And what happens when the ego gets too big, right? You can't hear anything. You can't see anything. It starts blocking out things, right? So but at the same time, and this is what's important, right? The ability to have a healthy ego is what allows us to remember that our vulnerability is a gift. It's not something, and we don't just give it out to people, right? Like the reason why are we energetically vulnerable? Because we identify and recognize those modalities or those moments of others who hold our own energetic standards, right? And this is the beauty of the work of the healthy ego, because when we're doing that work effectively, it helps us sort out what's in alignment to us versus what it's not. And this is why I was identifying, this is like a lot of that energy I told you right now, working through temperance lessons. And what do we identify as temperance lessons? The beauty and the recognition of understanding, like the sorting process, if you will, that we move into in recognizing what the work of the self is, like something we got to work on in ourselves. We all got them, right? Versus something that another person projects onto us, right? And that is the difficulty that often happens when we're not in attunement with our energetic counterpart. And this is why we also talk about the fact that there isn't necessarily like a good in a relationship. The attunement point is the good in a relationship, right? Because what might serve one does not energetically serve another. When we're energetically attuned to our partners, it creates that space that feels good, is good, something that we move towards in a state of unified bliss. But this is also why we talk about the difficulty of healing from unhealthy partnerships, right? Because everything that we see and we identify and we talk about in the space of union is working into the concept of recognizing and identifying what it feels like to work in energetic harmony. And what's beautiful about this is I'm seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation, finding the harmonic balance within the self is the greatest gift that we can give to counterpart, right? Because this is the energy. I either see one of two different modalities that are happening right now for energy and separation. I also see a lot of potential separations that were occurring recently during this area of space that we experience between the solstice and the new moon in Cancer. I saw a lot of energy moving deeper into divine union. I saw some energy falling into separation. And this is effectively why the articulation of the lessons that we're talking about here. Now, when we're talking towards these spaces, right? And I like this because like what we're effectively seeing, I just want to point this out, between the chariot and the Six of Swords in its reversal, this is also seed energy, right? We also see the fact that temperance lessons are often about observing and recognizing the seed. But the seed is the understanding, a point of identifying and recognizing, as I mentioned, and we just talked about this in the temperance class that I taught. If you want to catch that class, you can still sign up. And when you sign up to be a subscriber over on my Substack, you gain access to that class. But we talked about the fact that you have to think about that card much in the context of the fact that before we had like filtration is effectively seething, right? And what do we see the energy of that card doing? They're passing water between the cups. So the ability to recognize, to heal from a relationship, understanding and recognizing and acknowledging where the work is. This is how we heal, because it is the work that we often have to do to disentangle, if you will, either the modality of something that wasn't necessarily for us, right? Something that did not feel like it was in accordance to us. The unhealthy, like relationships, the unhealthy partnerships that often make us start to feel less than ourselves, right? The space of criticism by which we start to imbibe things about ourselves that don't necessarily feel healthy, versus those modalities or those circumstances or situations that feel like they transform us. They move us closer towards what it is that we aspire to. And this is why I see that for a lot of the energy in separation, they're going through that seething process. Not seething, not with a TH, with a V, the seething process. Because that ability of doing so, sorting through what is something that they need to work upon, something that they need to correct within themselves, something that they're acknowledging that they can do better, but something that they're letting go of, something unhealthy. This is the identification point of the ability of finding the energetic force by which they begin to heal. But for a lot of the new energy that I see that is forming into partnership, this is very beautiful, because I keep on hearing that these are the relationships that are coming together by seething together. And what are they doing seething? The healthy conversation that is fortifying. Because when we seethe properly, we fortify our water, which is the seething of conversation that allows us to understand and reinforce something that we are energetically learning from, something that we're working towards, versus something that we're doing our best to heal from or energetically be rid of. So this is why I see that these are really nourishing conversations that are happening right now. And that's the difference, like the ability to find that nourishment, to feel that energetic support that allows one to feel the stabilization point as it relates to being able to, like, and I feel like, again, these relationships, like I almost see them like in that conversation mode, but it's a beautiful conversation mode, because it's a conversation mode by which they're starting to like find themselves again, right? They're remembering who they are. Center card for today's spread is, we've got here our Queen of Cups in its upright. We love to see a Queen of Cups in her upright. I believe she was in our reading yesterday too. I have to double check. But here's the thing about it. And I kind of want to, this is what I meant. Remember I said that this is like Venus in a clamshell kind of energy? Because it's the space of identifying and acknowledging, and it's going to feel different for masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Now, for feminine energy, what we're effectively identifying is, and I just want to point this out. Yes, she was. Okay, so I was just looking back, because we keep the spread pictures over on the Substack. So I was referring to the Substack. We had the Queen of Wands out yesterday. She was all the way over she was in the same row. She was all the way on the far end. She's moved into the center. So what we're effectively identifying that's happening here is, for a lot of the feminine energy, right? The ability to center the self. It's the ability to appreciate that one's vulnerability is a gift. And in healthy partnership, that vulnerability feels like it is held energetically sacredly. Now, that sacredness, and this is what's beautiful, that sacredness is different for every feminine. Like, that is what is so beautiful. This is why we call it sacral energy, right? It's not the quality or condition by which something is sacred. It is how you energetically hold it. So this is a lot of the energy of the feminine that's healing right now during this Venus full moon, a new moon. It feels like a full moon. It feels like a full moon, even though it's a new moon. But the reason that this is particularly expansive is Cancerian energy actually is more associated with the new moon. The Cancerian energy is more associated with the new moon because the Cancer energy needs to go into a place of safety, right? They go into a place of safety where they can heal in order to emerge stronger. This is what we see in the pathwork of the crab. So this is, I keep on seeing, this is almost like the articulation of these energies is, in a way, it's almost like the feminine energy that goes into hermit mode, right? But it's you have to understand, these 3 cards, it's like, I want to show you this. This is like a hermit mode in feminine, because this is the feminine energy that I keep on seeing, the feminine energy that holds themselves sacredly. And what does the feminine energy do when they hold themselves sacredly? They pull away, right? They pull away into themselves in order to reemerge, because when the energy of the feminine, they pull away to find themselves, because it's the recognition of the remembrance of the self. So we see that this is a lot of the energy right now working through that. For masculine, I'm going to draw the next 2 cards to get clarification on how this is impacting masculine energy. We've got here, we got a Wheel of Fortune in combination with our Justice card in its reversal. So these energies right now are they're very much right now I keep on saying they're very much in alignment. The difference that we're seeing right now for masculine energy is effectively, and again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. The masculine energy, and I want to kind of point this out, this is the energy of the masculine that does the same work via the repairing of the energetic egoic shield, right? So one of the things that we see that's happening here is for masculine, that's doing that work in observing. And this is the masculine that says, when I observe my shield, I become in the space of being able to heal, right? Because that's why I keep on hearing for feminine, this is the feminine going into a contemplation mode, but this is masculine observing the egoic shield. Because when we observe our egoic shield, then we can do the work to repair it, right? And what's beautiful about that is the energy of the egoic shield of the masculine. This is the masculine that feels strong in their shield, right? Because when we observe our own ego, we're not going around with earmuffs on, right? We're not blocked out by it. It's the contemplation. It's like the contemplation of the shield that allows one to move into the ability to make the energetic shield stronger, right? And that's beautiful, because I see a lot of the masculine energy identifying their own vulnerabilities, identifying their own weaknesses, identifying their own capacity to heal in such a way. So this is beautiful today, because like I said, it's vulnerable, but it's the observation of the vulnerability that allows all things to become possible. Because you remember what we talk about here. Vulnerability isn't weakness. Vulnerability is the greatest strength. Because when we are vulnerable, it's not that we choose to be, it's that we choose to be. When you're weak, you have no choice. You're just weak. You're just weak. But when you are strong, you can't be weak and vulnerable, because weak is just weak. Vulnerability is the intentional space we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, right? It is the acknowledged vulnerability. It is the ability to observe and to articulate upon this. And so for a lot, and that's why I keep on seeing that there's something here that feels very beautiful, but it's hard because it's pushing upon our vulnerabilities. But when we're strong and we're able to navigate our vulnerabilities, it feels reaffirming to the self. Continuing to get clarification between our Chariot card and its reversal in combination to our 7 of Swords in its reversal. And I have one card to clarify. There's our Queen of Wands in its reversal. So what are we seeing right now in relationality to, I keep on identifying the work of the feminine that's coming into divine union. You'll recall, as I mentioned, that there are a lot of these magician partnerships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. And what's so fundamental about some of those energies that are moving deeper into divine union is the observation of the fact that for a lot of the energy, well, you'll remember, for a lot of those energies moving deeper into divine union, that recognition of being able to identify what was missing in past partnership. This is why there's a lot of audacity, there's a lot, I keep on hearing it's like the tide of emotion that rides up, but then is immediately released, right? It's a lot of that. I keep on hearing it's like the tide of emotion that rises up, but then is immediately released, because it is the observation that often the way we can, when we find what is energetically missing in partnership, it makes it clearer to see what was energetically missing prior to that, right? And in the moment, it's like the moment that you see it, you know, you get very frustrated. You either get frustrated at the self, right? Or you get frustrated at energy that was around the self, right? It's either the internal or the external. But either way, right? Like that is the modality by which you're able to move through something and just allow it, like I keep on hearing, like just allowing it to pass over you to a certain extent, because it's the understanding or the recognition, if you will, of being of this. And I keep hearing this is the pathwork of wisdom. The pathwork of wisdom is such that often when we see something, we're often relieved from it, right? It's that observation that allows us the capacity by which we can feel that sense of restoration. So I keep on hearing frustration, and like they're holding, like this is almost like also like the energy, the magician partnerships coming into divine union that are holding in the two cups the frustration and the restoration, because when you have the restoration, you feel the energetic frustration. Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Wands, Swords in its reversal, in combination with our Queen of Cups, we've got our Four of Swords in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy here that we're seeing, this Four of Swords in its reversal, this is a lot of that. Remember what I talked about in terms of the Chariot partnership. So this is a lot of the energy that is deep within divine union right now. And for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I want to articulate, I feel like this is very much similar to the work that we're seeing of the energy that is in separation, right? Why are we seeing this? Because there's an expansion point that is energetically happening right now. I just keep on identifying that there's this expansion point, and there's something about that expansion point, which is the understanding and the recognition of the, I keep on saying like the capacity of the self to expand upon or expound upon something, right? So it's interesting because while I see that the energy in separation is doing the work internally, right? That work in terms of sorting through what one is trying to change versus what one is trying to move away from. We see that a lot of the energy deep within divine union is also doing that work, but the work itself feels more like an energetic expansion. It feels more like the energy that's getting strong within the self, right? It's the, I keep on hearing, it's like the holistic integration of the self that is occurring at this time. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Cups in its upright in combination with our Wheel of Fortune in its upright. We have here, wow, our three of Pentacles in its reversal. Now this is very interesting. I gotta tell you, and make sure that you are, oh, I see what's happening. I know why Mercury's moved into Leo today. That's what we're seeing is happening. Okay, so one of the things that we're seeing here right now has to do, like, and I want to describe this, a lot of this work that we're identifying and we're recognizing has to do in the space of, how do I describe them? I want to try to work through in the best way that I can, how this Mercury in Leo is potentially affecting things right now. And that's why I keep on hearing the word honor. Because whenever Leo comes up, we start hearing honor. It's like, what's the honor, honor, honor? It's because of the Leo energy. So a lot of the work that we're seeing right now has to do with the space of being able to identify and recognize the energetic. It's working into
the space of the honor of vulnerability, is what I keep on hearing. And the reason that we're seeing that, and this is the difficulty point that we're identifying, because you will recall, as I mentioned, that vulnerability is a transcendent gift. The reason that vulnerability is a transcendent gift is vulnerability is a transcendent gift because it is not something that we can give to one another, right? It's not something that we can force out of another. It is something that we create between ourselves, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that it's interesting, because even in the space, and this is hold on, this is a very attenuated message that's coming through right this now. We have to be emotionally available to allow ourselves to be vulnerable, is all I keep on identifying. We have to be emotionally available to allow ourselves to be vulnerable, because when we're not emotionally available, we don't allow the context by which the vulnerability can begin to build, right? And so we see even now that a lot of that work is the identification point of the self, right? Working through that, identifying and recognizing this. And this is why, and this is what I think is so profound, right? And this is why it is such an honor. Like when someone is able to heal, it is always of the highest honor, because it is very hard, right? When we go through path work where it feels like our energetic vulnerability is violated, when it feels like our trust is not taken as energetically sacred, it's very difficult, because it is the ability to identify and recognize what it feels like to do that work, right? This is what we need. It's like, it's that energy that says, like, again, right? It's like the again energy. It's like getting back up. It's the getting back on one's feet, because it is the force that says that the ability to leave oneself, that the highest strength we have, in the space of the ego. This is what Stoicism is, by the way. Okay? Stoicism is not cutting off energetic emotions. That's not stoic. There's nothing stoic about that. That's stone. All right? That's becoming stone. But when you are stoic, you have the ability to be hurt, right? To feel pain, and you rise up through it. You stand back up regardless. You find that ability to get back up one more time, right? Because that is the journey. Like, that is the journey of the self, right? And this is why we have to hold standards, because that ability of holding our energetic standards, right? Working in that context. The sad truth is, none of us wish that we had to hold standards. If everyone held our standards, right? And this is usually how you can tell if your standards are correct. If everyone held our standards, we would be energetically safe, ideally, right? But when others do not hold the same standards as we do, right? This is why we always have to hold them. And when we build trust with another, it is the recognition of another who holds the same standards as we do. And often that takes time, because that time that we take, right, that is the identification point of the energetic consistency. And so that's what I see is so beautiful for a lot of the energy that's going through those modalities of healing, right? And this is why we don't say, I give up, right? That's not the energy that goes, I give up, I'm just going to get rid of my standards, right? If another person doesn't hold your standards, the solution to that isn't to throw your standards away, it's to rise back up and move back towards them with even more energetic conviction. And so that's why we see that for a lot of the energy, this is what I keep on seeing. It feels like the energy, right? It almost like this is like a lot of that energy that is like finding, I keep on hearing, like finding their energetic strength to be able to articulate. And I will also stress this right now. I was saying this before. I was saying this before we started the podcast. If you're feeling a lot of feelings right now, if you're having a lot of feelings, make sure that you're not just articulating on the fact that you have feelings. Make sure that you're doing the work to be able to articulate the meaning of the feelings, right? What are the feelings speaking towards? What are those, like, what are those directions? What is the position, right? Because, and I keep on seeing this, like, understanding that, like, I keep on hearing, the first emotions we feel are our ego. The second emotions we feel are information, right? And this is why we should not allow ourselves to be triggered. Because remember how I said that the egoic self. Remember how I said that the egoic self is one wherein we identify and recognize that the space of the self is the space wherein we serve into the recognition point of the fact that the egoic self serves as the protector of the self. And when we feel the sense of frustration, right, the egoic self rises up, as it were. Right? The egoic self rises up. That's that first blush of emotions that we feel. But this is why it's very important that we learn to, again, and this is what we talk about when we speak towards the ability to non-attachment. Remembering non-attachment does not mean disassociation. Non-attachment means the ability to observe the emotions, because the first wave of emotions we feel are often those that are based upon the ego. The second wave of emotions we feel are often the information, right? The information that informs us as to why. So I want you to kind of think of that today as you're working through conversation. If you feel a lot of emotionality rise up, give it a minute. Just give it a minute. This is what I keep on hearing. Give it a minute. Because that ability of doing so helps us be able to move through something into a space that feels energetically effective. Continuing to get clarification between our Wheel of Fortune in its upright in combination with our Justice card in its reversal. One card to clarify. There's that four. There it is. There's that Four of Pentacles in its upright, right? Like there's that Four of Pentacles in its upright. Because there's the, like, that is, I like to point out the important thing to remember about emotions is that emotions are like our children, right? They're the space by which they ask for things. And sometimes, and this is what we mean about the energetic force emotions, when we think about the space of the ego and the higher self, you have to remember that the ego is there as the energetic defense mechanism. So often, right, what we talk about, feeling energetic triggered, we have a lot of that defensiveness that rise up. We have a lot of that emotionality. But when we have this space of being able to sit with those feelings, right? When we sit with those feelings, the higher self becomes a seed. The higher self becomes a seed to help us interpret what feels like it's energetically valid to feel about something versus something that is more based upon or built upon the expression of the self. So that's what I keep on hearing. Make sure if you're having conversations today, it's good seed energy, which is the emotion, the ability to sit with something in order to feel something that allows one to sort through how one is feeling. I think that this is important because you'll remember I mentioned this is work that's very difficult for Cancerians and Sagittarians, right? Because Cancerians and Sagittarians have a little bit of this like startle easily mentality that we need to pay attention to. Cancerians like to like shudder up very quickly. Sagittarians need to move like to move very quickly. So that's why I keep on seeing, make sure that you're being present to the space of your feelings, even as you're moving through them. Because that is the energy that says like the emotionality, like it's the difference. I keep on hearing the passion that speaks towards something that is energetically important versus the passion of the self, which is more driven from the space of the egoic self. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Wands and our Four of Swords in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got our Two of Wands in its reversal. This is why we have to work away from like energetic avoidance, right? Like it's a lot of that space because I keep on seeing, and this is what's interesting too, because I feel like there is a lot of that energy here that is resulting in the feeling or the desire, the need to push away. And this is why it's different for masculine and feminine energy right now. Bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, right? For feminine, right, often in the space, I keep on hearing the energy of the feminine that understands the vulnerability of the self is such that it's not taken into the space of another, articulating vulnerability by way of demand, right? This is why I feel like a lot of the energy pushing away from situations or circumstances wherein another tries to demand vulnerability from them, right? Because that is the energy of the feminine feeling honored, feeling energetically appreciated. And I keep on hearing when we honor the vulnerability of the feminine, we don't make demand towards that vulnerability. We move in accordance to it. We identify and we appreciate it. While for masculine, this work feels different because this is masculine working through the space of identifying and recognizing. I keep on seeing the honor of the self. The masculine that moves in a space for their own honor often feels energetic, like those energetic projection points, because that is the energy of the masculine that understands the force of the self. That the energy of the masculine that moves with honor is the masculine that moves in a stoic way, because it is that energetic honor as it relates to being vulnerable, right? That is the masculine that becomes honorable when they become vulnerable, because the ability for the masculine to, again, feel emotions but not be triggered by them allows the context by which the conversation can begin, right? And that's what I keep on seeing. Our emotions deny us conversations, right? That first wave of emotions, it will deny you the most important conversation you may ever have, because like the defensiveness that we feel, right? Like that modality, when we work through it for a moment, when we allow ourselves to be, like that ability almost like creates the space of being able to energetically recognize and form the words, even in the observation of the fact of the difficulty in relationality to feeling them, right? And this is what we talk about with the space or the articulation of identifying and working through what we keep on seeing, the difference between disassociation and non-attachment. Disassociation and non-attachment are two very different things. Disassociating, you can't feel into something. Like, and that's it. When you cut off your emotions, you lose the thing that's trying to energetically protect and inform you, right? Like there's a lot of important there. Feminine energy understands this, because when we swim through our emotions, we find pearls, right? And how do we find pearls through our emotion? We identify and we recognize what is valuable within them, right? The ability, and this is what I said, to be able to sit and say, why do I feel this way, right? And why is this important to me? And what does the egoic self always say? Because I want it that way. And that's a defense mechanism. Give it a minute. Okay, let's move that aside. Right? Right? Okay, cool. Right? It's not that. Why is it important? Walk into it. Talk, find the meaning, right? Because when we're able to feel our emotions, and then we reach for when we feel our emotions, and then in the midst of emotions, we're able to reach for the meaning within them, we find our higher self. That's where honor lives. That is what stoicism is, right? It's the ability to swim through the emotions, to find and grasp the importance of something, and to pull it close to the self. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, having those conversations, walking through those modalities, being able to like speak to each other. I keep on hearing new relationships that are being formed via the profound conversations. And the gift that they're giving each other, I never thought of it that way. That's a really good point, right? And they're almost like, it's like I keep on seeing they're vulnerability-led conversations. But for feminine, it is the observation of the vulnerability that they're constantly seeing to see if their vulnerability is being energetically honored throughout the conversation. And the masculine that's doing the work to meet the feminine's vulnerability. understanding that that is their source of strength. Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Three of Pentacles in its reversal. We've got our Page of Wands in its upright. So we've got our Page of Wands in its upright because a lot of work that we're effectively seeing during this time has to do with the modality or the situations and circumstances by way of, I keep on hearing, interpreting and identifying the cohesive power of the self in relationality to being able to heal the inner child. And there's something really beautiful that we see that is occurring in that work and in that vibration. Because there's, I keep on hearing like the energy that's moving deeper into divine union. This is why, for those magician partnerships, feeling a space, like why are they feeling audacity that they're suddenly releasing? Right? Because when we feel audacity, when we suddenly move into partnership, and we suddenly are able to see something that we couldn't see before, we're like, and then we go, it's okay. Because the gift in seeing that is being in a space where my inner child can heal, right? And sometimes, again, some vulnerability is only we can only build vulnerability in the context that our vulnerability is held energetic sacred. So that's why we see effectively for a lot of that energy, that ability of doing so, I keep on seeing it feels like it's expansive. It feels like that's why I keep on hearing that the energy like feels the audacity and lets it go because they almost look at the relationship as the energetic playground. Like, why are you going to hold hard feelings in a playground? Is what I keep on hearing. Why would you? You're not going to hold on to something that happened from the past when you're in the middle of an energetic playground. Like, that is the energy that kind of just says, like, it's okay. Like, just moving through it, right? Not reacting to it. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Four of Pentacles in its upright. These are in relationality to the energy deep within divine union right now. We've got our Four of Wands in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy right now, okay, these are important. We're going to have to, these are the next cards. Okay, fine. All right, we're going to read them like that. Okay, so for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I keep on seeing that there's something. It's like it feels like a lot of energetically surprising things, but they feel almost like positive surprises. Like it's worked through frustration, but working through frustration in a way that it allows. I keep on seeing it's like working through frustration in a way that allows something new to emerge. Is all I keep on seeing. Because you'll remember that I brought up that what we were talking through for a lot of that, these were those chariot partnerships deep within divine union. That ability to identify, that ability to recognize, that ability to energetically adapt, if you will. It keeps on saying to me that something about that work, it's like I keep on seeing like it feels very much like there's a bit of that Gemini energy that's still working through the energy in the divine union, which is allowing for like a lot of fast adaptability in relationality to the manifestation that is evolving, is all I keep on doing. Like the manifestation that is evolving that allows one to expand upon something even further. So everything I keep on seeing there, I just keep on seeing, like for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, this is speaking upon new ideas. This is speaking upon new concepts. And I keep on seeing that this may also have to do with like recognizing disparities in vernacular word, like things that you need new words for, because like I keep on hearing you're like energetically creating as you go. And I keep on hearing when you're energetically creating as you go, you're like, like, what are you doing? I don't know. The song you will hear as you're creating as you go is what are you doing? I don't know, is all I keep on hearing. right? Like that is a lot of that energy of like I keep on hearing a lot of that creative energy in that space. But that's when I keep on hearing it feels like new ground. Continuing to get clarification. And I need to point this out. I'm actually going to read the next row all together because I was going to read upon these cards, but what we're effectively seeing that is occurring has to do in the space of recognizing, and I've got 3 cards that are coming out in what would typically be a 2-card row, and they all came out transverse. So I want to read them because this is talking to me a little bit about like the energetic flow state that we potentially find ourselves in right now. I keep on, the 3 cards that came out transverse are the Hangman in its transverse, the 3 of Cups in its transverse, and the World card in its transverse. So that's what I keep on seeing that's effectively happening right now, because it's saying to me that what we're effectively seeing in relationality to a lot of this work has to do with the identification of I keep on hearing like the new shape of something, right? And that's what's really beautiful, because I keep on hearing that there's a lot of this new shape energy right now. And this is why this is why I keep on hearing this is the seed, because you remember what I said, okay, and this was coming up yesterday. Remember what I said in relationality to the fact that conversation acts as a seed, right? So why do we see the fact that conversation acts as a seed? Because I see even now, if these are energies in separation that are working into new connections and they're talking in a certain way, and someone says, oh no, this seems like too much work, I'm out. No, I'm not invested in this. That's the energy that goes, good, good, right? Because energy that doesn't want to talk about a complex relationship wants a simple relationship. They don't like, it's the energy that says, I like, if the energy is already looking at a conversation and saying you're too much work, that's the energy that goes, great. It's like, great. Hooray. It's the energy goes, hooray, right? Because it's not the energy that goes, oh wait, no, let me just throw these standards out the window, right? It's the energy. The energy doesn't go. If the energy goes, I can't be bothered with it, then go find less, is all I keep on hearing, right? Because I keep on hearing a lot of these relationships right now, I'm hearing quantity over quality. I'm hearing the energy that's saying you're difficult. You're being like, you bet I am. Like, you bet I am. You're being difficult. You bet I am. Complex. A good thing is it's like the energy that says it's not difficult if someone has the same manifestation goal. Difficult is subjective. Difficult is subjective, right? And it's like I keep on hearing some energy right now in separation being like, if someone says you're too difficult, they're saying, I'm sorry, I'm not that easy. That's all I keep on hearing now. If someone's saying you're being too difficult, they're saying, I'm sorry, I'm not that easy. And it's like I just keep on hearing it's the energy that's looking at something and they're feeling that energetic relief, because difficulty is subjective. And when we're doing something important, it should be difficult. Is what I keep on hearing. When did difficult become a bad word? Is what I keep on hearing. When did difficult become a bad word? You're being difficult, you bet. Right? That's what I keep on seeing here. It's like that energy that speaks towards the force of identifying that difficulty is a good thing. So long as you want to work. So long as you want to work. Difficulty is a good thing so long as you are invested in work, right? And so that's why I keep on seeing that that's a lot of the energy that's identifying what they're putting their work to, right? What they're working on. They're appreciating that. They're doing that. And for a lot of that energy, being able to do so, I just keep on seeing that this is the energy that works on the self. And that's the energy that also says, as difficult as whatever difficulty I bring to you, I start with the self, right? That's the energy that says, understand that the difficulty that you experience, that what you experience is not a difficulty. It's a standard I hold to the self. And when we hold standards, we don't have standards different than those that we hold ourselves to. So that's why I keep on hearing that this is the temperance energy that is saying to one another, make no mistake, I'm difficult. But that's because that is the standard that I hold myself to. And you're right. That is the same. I am seeking the same. I'm seeking someone that holds towards the same standard. I'm seeking someone that appears in the same way. I'm seeking someone that's looking at the world in the same vibration. And this is why I keep on seeing that the energy, and this is why the 3 cards came out, because this is the energy that is understanding that the conversation acts as a seed. And if someone is not even willing to invest the time in having a conversation upon the type of relationship that they aspire to achieve, then that is the song of someone who's looking for something easy. Continuing to get clarification for the energy moving deeper into divine union. This is a lot of what we're seeing for a lot of the energy deeper in divine union. That's why I see it. Like this is the energy. This is the energy that the magician partnership's coming in, and they're saying finally, right? And this is the fall. This is the energy that's feeling like the messages help. So the magician partnerships coming together are saying finally, I've got someone on my level. Finally I find someone who sees something the same way I do. Because when we have a clear mirror, it feels like we have someone on our level, because it is the ability of understanding and passing our standards back and forth to each other, right? So there's a lot of that energy that feels like, that's why if any audacity comes up, they're just like, it's okay. They just let it move through them, right? The audacity comes up, they just continue to move through it, because it's like it may feel like it may sting, but it doesn't weaken them, right? It may sting, but it doesn't weaken them, because they're holding on to something that is energetically precious. While for masculine and feminine, that is deep within divine union, for a lot of that energy that's deep within divine union, these are a lot of those chariot partnerships that we were seeing, that is allowing for that vibration, especially for the energy deep within divine union. This is the observation of changes of the self that allow for the context by which things are possible. And that's why I keep on seeing, like, I feel like there's a little bit of an energetic breakthrough that's happening today in relationality to energy deep within divine union, like thinking about something in a different way. Or like I keep on hearing, like, seizing upon, like, that's it, the energy that's seething with the V, the energy that's seething within, like, in separation, for the energy deep within divine union. They're seizing upon an idea. They're seizing upon an idea, right? And when we seize upon an idea, or we seize upon an ideal, we articulate to another the importance that something has to us. And that ability of being able to articulate upon that vernacular, like that ability to express something in a way that we haven't thought to before, it allows us for that expansion point. Because you'll remember, a healthy manifestation is not one where we get stuff, it's that we see things. So it's like I see a lot of that energy being like, yes. It's like da-da-da-da. It's like a little bit of that energetic breakthrough. Okay, fine. Here, okay, we've got 2 cards coming out. Hold on a minute. We've got an extra layer today. We're just gonna work with it. All right. I gotta read the cards. All right, so now we've got the 2 cards coming out, because those just popped out. We've got here our 9 of swords in its reversal, in combination with our 6 of pentacles in its upright. And so for a lot of the energy right now, that's what I meant in terms of, like, a lot of the energy right now. I'm just going to say this again. I feel like I need to stress this today, okay? Everybody's got big feelings today, okay? We're coming out of a new moon in Cancer. Everybody feels super vulnerable. I want you to think, if you're feeling vulnerable today, so is everybody. Your vulnerability is not exclusive to you. We are all feeling we are all feeling it, okay? We're all feeling it in one way, shape, or another. So when we identify that vulnerability,
right? When we work towards that vulnerability, it allows for that possibility of energetic expansion. It allows for that possibility of being able to share in the vulnerability, right? Share the vulnerability, which is the identification point. And I need to point this out, you know, like how we hold our vulnerability, like how we navigate through feeling energetically vulnerable. Like that is I keep on hearing it's the energy that is like it's the difference. Like I feel like it's having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy today, bearing in mind this is not based on gender but what it feels most aligned to. For feminine energy, I just keep on seeing that for feminine energy, it's working through the context of the self in the space of being able to identify and articulate upon, like, embracing one's own vulnerability in a profound way, which is when we embrace our vulnerability in a profound way, we energetically protect our vulnerability, is what I keep on hearing. When we embrace our vulnerability in a profound way, we work, and this is Mercury and Leo, we work to protect it. Right. It's a lot. I keep on hearing it's the energy that like throws their arms around their vulnerability and says, and doesn't look at it as a weakness. It's the energy that looks at it as a strength. Right. And that's like a lot of the energy. Like I just keep on saying that's a lot of the energy working in the context of the difference between another person's articulations versus their own ability to define where their work is. Because that is the energy I kind of see. Like it's like I feel like this is the energy of the feminine that like it's like a wing expansion. It's like the energy of the feminine that says like, you know, if someone like, it's like I feel like if someone tries to throw a dart at you about your sensitivity, it's like the feminine being like, that's a strength. It's not a weakness. It's a strength. It's not a weakness. It's intentional. You know what I mean? Like it's intentional. Like you care too much. You're supposed to care. You're too needy. You're supposed to have needs. Like it's like I keep on seeing the feminine like kind of just doing that. Like it's a lot of that. While for masculine, and this is what I like about it. It's a masculine very much in the same modality. Like I see that masculine working in the same service. This is the masculine saying, I'm allowed to be emotional. We're supposed to be emotional, but we're not supposed to let the emotions overrun us because that's not strength. And not learning to feel something isn't how you get stronger in it. You get stronger by feeling the emotions. You get stronger by feeling the emotions and then being able to articulate through them, then being able to find the capacity to allow oneself to convey what the emotions are energetically asking for. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine right now, this is like feeling like the emotions rise up and then going, get back. Right? Like it's the energy, but the energy not saying, get back, saying, I got this. Right? Not making them go away, go, I know you're here to protect me. I know you're here to protect me. I'm going to feel you and I'm going to identify how I feel because me being able to feel that is the energy that says that the emotions are not the enemy of the self. They're the energetic buddy, right? And that is the space that when we are able to feel our emotions, we're able to embrace our ego, right? Because it's not the force that controls us by just saying, oh, anytime I feel something, I'm going to walk away and turn it off. Oh, there goes my heart working again. Nope, can't have any of that. Can't have any of that. Because when you deny your heart space, you just deny yourself of love. Why would you stop feeling? Why would you ever go into the context where you tell yourself to turn off your emotions? Because it's not the fact that you have them, it's being able to sort through them where all the good stuff lives. Final card for today's spread between our Nine of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Six of Pentacles in its upright. We have here our Two of Swords. What a beautiful, beautiful way to close this reading, because it talks again, and this is the thing we have to understand, and this is why we need to stop saying all men, all women. Cut it out. Enough of that. Enough of that. There's no hope for us. When you throw everybody, have it in any context,
In any context, when you take a whole bundle of things and say they're all like this, that's never healthy. We've talked about it when it talks about race. We've talked about that when we talk about spiritual beliefs. But why do we keep doing it with gender? Why do we keep doing it with gender? We need to walk, our words are blessed. And when we say all this or all that, all you're communicating to the universe is they're hopeless. I have no hope. I have no hope. When you say all this or all that, you're saying I have no hope for anything getting better. But when we talk about it and say, this is what I've experienced, this is where the work needs to go, that is the energy that says, I don't assume, like the cynicism, it's not about having cynicism, and it's not about being strong because you're cynical. It's being strong and holding the standard, which says, I hope better for you. I hope better for that. We can do better. I can do better. You can do better, right? Because that is the energy that says, I'm willing to meet you so long as you meet me at my level, right? And when we say to each other, I am willing to speak to you so long as you speak to me at my level, I am willing to meet with you as long as you're willing to meet with me at my level, then we don't come into the space where we're condemning each other for what we did, but we're always holding the hope of what could be possible in relationality to what we work upon. And that's why we see that, like, the most important message here is everything is energetically repairable, but only if there is mutual agreement in relationality to where the work is. That is the way the world works. That is the crazy aspect of it. Everything is possible with mutual invested effort. Anything is possible so long as there is mutual invested effort. There's any problem in a relationship, it's fixable so long as there's mutual effort. Any circumstance or argument is fixable so long as there's mutual effort. But that's why when we get into blame and pointing and arguing, we're working towards mismatched manifestation goals, it can never be healed. If you want something in relationship and another person wants something in relationship, it will never be a balanced partnership because you're pulling against each other. You want different things. Somebody will have to concede. They will be bitter about it. But that's why it's so vital to have those conversations at the start of connection, not once the connection is formed. Because when you build into a connection where you say, let's see where it goes, but you both internally have a very desired aspect on what you hope to be, this is how we build bad karma. And the way we release the bad karma is being clear to each other from the start. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Emperor in its reversal. Emperor in its reversal, right? Working towards that space of energetic unification, working in the capacity of doing so. It's not easy. And it's different for both masculine and feminine. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Masculine and feminine are not all that different. We all want love. But we build this context in relationality to what we believe we have to do in order to deserve it. And that's where the problem lives. Because when we're in the space of being able to identify and articulate who we are and we hold ourselves preciously, we can see where love lives. When you hold yourself preciously, you can see where love lives. Because how another person treats you will tell you everything you need to know on where it's not. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a reading on my site, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. Also, we've got a few updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class from the Temperance card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. If you'd like to become a part of that class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack, and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library as a monthly subscriber. If you join as a founding member, you'll have full access to the library, which is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you updates on everything we've studied prior to beginning each class. But if you wanted to catch up, now's a great time to join. You've got a few weeks to be able to bone up on some of those classes. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we have studied or learned thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only, as I mentioned, will you receive access to the full library, which is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library, you will also have access to the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will give you insight into I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. And you'll also, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these on an individual level per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. All right, that is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. I'm going to, congratulations to Oracle Erica, you got our highest gifter today. And Bridget, you got second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 8th person to write for 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments. For anyone joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. All right, you're so welcome. Thank you as well. Hi there, Bookcase, good to see you. Why do we keep doing it with gender exactly? And Emmy Boo, thank you. Your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. One moment, please. You're so welcome, Kamak. And hi there, Channeling. Good to see you. I saw you sent me a message. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to read it yet. It's been, I haven't been at 100%, as you can tell. Moon, thank you so much for those heart knees, guys. Remember to charge your heart knees if you'd like an animal spirit guide card when we do the 1 cards. Hi there, A10. So good to see you today. Sacred Rebel, good to see you. Curious to see how the cards come out today. Masculine, masculine was very disrespectful yesterday. Sending you so much support on that journey. Grand Rising Team Osana. Queen of Cups is extremely Cancerian V, absolutely. And thank you as well, Adam. Grand Rising Haley. Hi there, user Gigi. Thank you for the follow. I've been loving my hermit mode. I mean, listen, you know, Cancer season and hermit mode are like this. I'm pulling away, all right. Sending you support, sacred. I love being a hermit. Tap to claim. Adam, thank you for sharing the live. You can tell there's a lot of mystics in the room because all the mystics are like, I like being a hermit. Hi there, A10. Welcome, Queen. Hi there, sweetheart. I'm doing well. And thank you, Lottie, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Kathy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you, Manda, for the follow. I love the castles on your hands. I just colored a castle for my mom. Oh, that's so cool, Amanda. And Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you as well, Trends. Afif, thank you for the heart knees. Hi there, Trends. Good to see you today. And Lexi, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Lisa. I'm going to stay put, but I'm here and I can get my reading today. I got you. Hold on, let me add you to the list here. When were you on the list? Were you, just tell me when you were here. And oh, I see you. You were on Tuesday, right? All right, I'll add you on, dear. All right, I got you. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. Hi there, someone. And thank you for those heart knees. I always say feel your feels. You gotta feel your feels. You gotta feel them. Just don't react to them. Just don't react to them. Thank you as well, Estelle. Rue, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, channeling. Quality over quantity, tap to claim. It's like fantastic. Thank you for the clarity. Yes. I hate when I'm called difficult. God forbid I know what I want. Sending you so much support on that journey, V. And Kamak, thank you for those heart knees. I'm so glad that these messages helped. And Little Bit, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. We do our best. That's what we do here, Kamak. Furious, thank you for the compliment. Furious Soup, I like your name. Now, I know, you see the extra layer? I had to read it. It was like, and then it was like, and that was the funny thing. I was just going to skip to the 1 card, but then the 2 came out and I was like, fine, fine. Oh, buon compleanno, Elisa. Hi there, sunshine. Oh, feeling crabby. I know it's the vibe, right? It's a lot of Cancer energy. And you're so welcome, dear. V, I've been working on feeling and articulating emotions with my therapist. It's hard work. It always is. But continue to do that work, dear. Sandra, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Generalizations are incredibly hurtful to claim. Speak on it. Thank you, Ryan. I've been able to cry more often when sadness comes up. I'm proud of myself. Sending you so much support on that journey, V. Abigail, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Lisa. We've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. Hi there, Flo. Why do we keep doing with general? We need to stop. It's not nice. Merit Burkle, thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. I agree with all of this, except again, we should never, listen, consent in all things is key. It's not okay to be in any space where you want something that is not consensual. Anyway, you're so welcome. Have a blessed day, Jiggly. Thank you as well. Bad karma, no bad karma here. And Jay, thank you for confirmation. Boom. Thank you so much, Moon. You're so welcome. Thank you so much, Dragons. As well, Oracle, thank you. True. You can see there, depending on how they treat you. Tap to claim, mic drop. I've only heard the last 5 minutes of the collective, but it was beautiful. Thank you, Per. And thank you, Flowbug. Bridget, a little one I used to nanny, who forced now 20. Oh, that is so beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Lots of these conversations were had. Oh, sending you so much support. Oh, they're keeping her a secret. Oh, sending you so much support, Bridget. I'm interested in your classes. All you need to do if you'd like to become a part of those classes, Gypsy Soul, is head over to my Substack, and your subscription will is your ticket of entry into our next class. I used a lot of your phrases. You're not cake. You're not a secret to be kept. Tap to claim. Thank you, Bridget. I'm so glad these messages helped. I'm in a very delicate place in my ascension. Sending you so much support right now, Gypsy. It's hard. It's hard. You know, and I'm telling you right now, I feel like this new moon in Cancer crept up on everybody. She has so many good praises. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, V. I know she has to go through it for herself. So heartbreaking. No, it's hard because you try to tell someone, you know. I hope they're able to see it. I'm a Reiki hero, healer, lucid dreamer, and medicine maker. Oh, that's incredible, Gypsy. Well, you're in a good place. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. You can find all of that on my tree with links in it, Gypsy. I'm so happy she feels comfortable enough. No, absolutely. It's such a gift to have someone that she's coming to speak to about those things. Oh, your subscription's not ending until next year. That's great, Adam. Gabrielle, how are you doing? The list right now. Thank you, Leslie, for that beautiful gift. Hold on a moment. I'm just wondering, the list right now. Did you get on the list? I'm gonna read the list, but if I need the name that you gave the list under. The list we have right now for those who are on the list, and if I don't name you and you're on the list, give me your name and the initial, just the initial, where you sent the donation. Don't like the apps are like X's. They don't want to hear their name. They don't want to hear anyone else's name in their house. I've got Busy, Addie, Lottie, Nikki, Alexandra, Greg, Oracle, Lisa, and Abigail. So if I have not named you and you send a donation, please give me your name and just the initial where you sent the payment. Thank you. I've been very reclusive lately, unless walking my backwoods doesn't count. I mean, I feel like this Cancer season's got a lot of people in hermit mode right now. And thank you so much, Angel, for the follow. Yes, I don't know if I'm a mystic, but hermit mode is my favorite. Me and Dago always wanted to meet a vampire. Good morning, Grand Rising, Leslie. Time for all of us to get together for a Strega gathering. It would be nice. I know. I hope you're feeling better. Thank you, Ryan. I really appreciate that. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Grand Rising, Hydra. I didn't get on. I was just wondering how long. Oh, you didn't get on because you didn't. Oh, well, listen, I'll tell you right now, Gabrielle, you never missed your reading here. So if you get on, like if you get on now, like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, it's going to be about an hour and a half. But if you want to get on, if you come on later and get on the list, you'll be put on the hold list. So you can be added back on anytime you come back in. I got you, dear. Yep, I added you as soon as I started. You're second today, dear. Bookcase. And Sherry, thank you for the follow. I've been a recluse as well. Yeah, it's a Cancer energy going to my mind palace. All right, we're going to get started. We're going to get started right now. We're going to get started right now on personal readings. First person we're reading for today is Busy here. Is Busy here? Busy, come back in. Before we start, too, we're going to do a little intuition check. All right. Okay, if Busy is not here, we're moving down the list. Oh my God, I had a memory palace for tarot card number meetings with my friend. Whoa, really? Who's a Cancer? There you go. Yeah, Cancers are all about the memory palaces. I have not seen them. Okay, next person on the list then is going to be Addie. Addie, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Let's get that intuition check while we're waiting. All right, I've got a card here. We're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. It was the crane. Thank you guys so much for participating. We will do that again once we have our next reading. I am looking right now for Addie. And Lay, your subscription's ending soon. Leia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. I meant crane. Okay. Okay, that's how we're doing it now. I saw it. I can remember the name. All right, second call. I know Addie's here. She was here just a second ago. Addie,
Let me know if you're back, dear. All right, if Addie is not here, next person on the list for today is Lottie. Oh, I got you. But never mind. Pause, Lottie. Exactly. Hello. Can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific? Also, friends, we are at 25.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Oh, absolutely. And happy solar return. 4 cards, please. Oh, wow. This is such a solar return reading. I feel like the hardest thing about your solar return is going to be the fact that other people aren't having it with you, is what I keep on seeing. I mean, I feel like this is a solar return. You're going to be holding time more preciously. I'm just identifying something here. You're holding time more preciously. You're being more conscientious with it. There's something really important that I see you like working towards. And I also see you kind of in the space of identifying and articulating like what you are available for. I feel like I see some kind of new opportunity coming towards you. I feel like there's like some kind of deepening responsibility in something at the same time that is arriving. Or I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back. I feel like you're taking something, you're recognizing that you need to start taking something more seriously. You know, like it's saying to me, like I'm getting a little bit of this like seize the day energy that you're bringing to circumstances or situations. And I feel like that's the hard part. If there was an experience before where you were like looking for things to do to pass the time, I keep on seeing you're letting go. You're letting go of a lot of diversions, you know? And I keep on hearing, you know, it does feel in some context a little bittersweet because, you know, and I feel like I see you kind of being in a space of saying to another person, like the diversion energy, like that's what I'm recognizing. Like I just keep on hearing that it's like something that you used to enjoy doing. Like that's what I mean about it being a diversion. It doesn't, I keep on seeing you having to say like I don't have time for a diversion, which is like I keep on seeing like I feel like you're trying to like you're like trying to channel, like you're trying to channel your energy into something. You're trying to like do something in a big way. I keep on seeing something that's happening that you're trying to like bring something across the finish line. And like I do feel like I do feel like there are some kind of relationships that are impacted by that in some way, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I almost see you having some kind of like argumentation point with someone where you're trying to say to them, like, and I keep on, and I want to put it this way, um, like, if there's anyone in your life right now that would take you working personally, like that's the difficulty point that I effectively see is occurring. Because I see you like this, it feels to me like this is the year of you like really getting serious and really getting down to business. Like I see you kind of like rolling up your sleeves and going for something.
And that's what I meant in relationality to another person. If there's somebody in your life that sees you working and takes it personally, like tries to articulate that you working is like impacting their relationship to you, like that's what I keep on seeing. Like that's what I meant about like some kind of like bittersweet like ending of a relationship. Because I almost see you saying like, why wouldn't you want me working towards this, right? Like it almost says to me like it's like the type of energy that feels like they should be, or like you should be my champ. Like when we're working on something, the energy around us should be our champions, is all I keep on hearing, right? Like they should be our energetic champions, which says like, go for it, do it. What do you need? But that's what I mean about you having some kind of conflict with someone, because it almost feels like I see you trying to take something seriously and another person saying something like, you can't be serious, which is like, and that's what I mean, like almost like doubting your ability to do something. And like that's what I keep on seeing is like, but that's what I mean, like it feels like a crux point, but it feels like a positive crux, because I keep on hearing it's the kind of crux that says only champions from here on out, right? And what do I mean by like only champions from here on out is like I see you kind of being a modality saying only champions that see you busy and say yay, instead of somebody seeing you busy and saying boo, right? um like that's all I keep on hearing, you know, like it's like the energy that says yay when they see, like they see you working, because they're like that's awesome, versus the energy that says boo, like you know, like how dare you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. And I feel like that's the thing about it, like I see you having some kind of like reaching some kind of energetic milestone point. I see you working in terms of something, and it feels like I keep on identifying this here. It feels like some kind of celebration, you know? And that's what I meant. Like, I see you like following a schedule, like getting very rigorous about it, like working with a lot of that investiture. So, I feel like, you know, like that's the thing that like, and I feel like this is the difficulty point that is arriving, because I see almost you and another person having different priority, particularly particularly as it relates to like energetic connection, you know? Um like it's giving me some kind of energy. I don't know why I keep on hearing this, like some kind of energy that like identifies or like is more appreciative of like a hang, like I keep on hearing like I keep on seeing you like in some kind of space of like articulating upon like the ability to, I keep on seeing like and I keep on hearing you say to another person like I feel like I keep on hearing the word hang out, you know what I mean? And that's why I keep on hearing like the hangout, because like I feel like you almost saying to someone like it's not due to a lack of desire to do so. We often see this in Saturn return energy, right? Like Saturn return energy, I always like to point out, is like Saturn being like clock sticking, you know what I mean? Tick, 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 tock, tick, tock. You know, like, it's like that's a Saturn return. What are you gonna do? You know, and so I feel like that's the hard part, because I almost see you saying to another person, it's not personal. Like I wish I could do everything, but I gotta stay focused right now. But that's why I keep on hearing like it does feel like a maturation point, because I keep on hearing that the maturation point that's happening around you is evident in the energy that is similarly like getting serious about something. You know what I mean? Like that sees you and feels energetically inspired, right? And I keep on hearing the energy saying you inspired me, versus the energy that says like you know, the versus the energy that says like how dare you, as it were, because that's like I keep on hearing like that there's a little bit of that, like I keep on hearing it's like it's working through the hurt of something, but trying not to take it personally. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. I've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed today. The next person on the list for today is, we've got Lottie. Lottie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, please remember, if you have information that is relevant for our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include those notes when you send the donation, or you can post them in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Next person on the list, just looking for Lottie right now. We're also at 33.6K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen if you're joining us on the Clock app. We'll be getting to 50K in no time, and I'll be gifting a free reading back to the collective when we do. I got you, Lottie. Good to see you. Oh, they sent it in the Discord. Thank you for letting me know. Perfect. Thank you, Sin. Hold on. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came as I was doing that reading. If anyone's joining us across the other apps as well and would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you can also be added to the list today. Hold on a moment. I said swan. You did. I meant crane. You guys are too funny. I know. I was literally like, dang, what is it called? That's great. And MX, thank you for those gifts. Hi there, Deanna and I. What's up? How are you doing? Woof. Yeah, I'm just closing up a marriage. And this was a major point of contention, me trying to work. Oh, Patty, sending you so much support on that journey. That's so difficult. Yes, 1,000%. Thank you, 555. Thank you as well, Bookcase. Lottie here. Yep, I got you, dear. All right. Hi there. I got you, Lottie. Excellent. Thank you, V. All right. Before we move on to the next reading, we're going to do an intuition check for everyone. I'm going to pull a card, an animal spirit guide card. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and comment in the card, like in the chat, what your impressions are, and I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lisa, you got it. It was the horse. Congratulations. Who wrote Battle Axe? Battle Axe. I love it. All right, let me just pull up. Hold on a minute. Let me just get to the Discord. Let's just pull up that message. And just a reminder to anyone joining us, if you have information that's relevant for our reading, you can either post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel. All right. I'm just pulling it up. Oh, I see it in Daily Collected, I believe. Hold on a minute. Oh, did you send it as a note? No, never mind, I got it. Okay. Yep, I got you. Oh. Okay, is this outside tea? Is this outside tea? Are we able to read this outside? Can I read this out loud? Or is this inside tea? Okay, perfect. Outside tea. All right, great. Part is private. Wait. Part is private. Part is, oh, I see it. Oh, you wrote. I see it. I see it. Thank you, V. Part is private. Part is public. Thank you. All right, guys. It's half outside tea, half inside tea. Okay. All right. All right. One moment. I got you. All right. So the reading is a message from the spirit guides about the loss of a service animal named Daisy. Oh, you saw that, right? Okay, one moment. Let's just pull these. That's a lot of cards. Real fast. Okay. And I'm being called to pull a different deck for energy directly from that particular energetic source. So we're using a different card deck for that. All right, we're going to hold that one side. So I get this message a lot, particularly when I'm reading for animals that are working in service towards us. The thing you have to recognize, and this is something that I identify when I do pet readings, is all of our pets choose us. We are under this preconception that we choose pets. Every pet I've ever read for says it's really funny. They think that they chose me. They find us. They choose us. And what's beautiful about the spiritual connection that we experience with animals is it's often in the space of someone that is working in service of the fact that they can be our guardians. And they specifically like to be our energetic guardians because the nice thing with pets is it allows for a context of proximity that that goes even beyond that we give personhood. So I want you to kind of keep that in mind in relationality to this energy. I see the fact that you had a past life connection with them. You actually, like if they're saying to me, you knew them as a person in a past life, and they made the energetic like choice in some way, shape, or fashion to be with you in this context, specifically because they care about you so much that they wanted to be in as close proximity as possible to make sure that you were energetically safe, because they knew that there was something on your pathwork that was going to be difficult. And they wanted to act in the space of being able to support you through that. They're still serving you in that capacity. They're just saying that you can't see them. And in fact, I keep on identifying that there's something in relationality to them crossing over into spirit that feels like I keep on seeing it's like I keep on hearing the fact that they're saying that they were called, which is the observation of talking to, like speaking with your spirit guides and recognizing that there was something about their ability to protect you on the spiritual side that would be of more, it was more, I keep on hearing, it was more important than actually acting in the service of having the physical embodiment here, is what I keep on hearing. Because all I keep on hearing is I keep on saying, why did you go away? And they're saying, I didn't go away. I was being called to serve, is all I keep on hearing them say. They keep on saying, I was being called to serve, which is to say that there was something that usually means that there was a spiritual, there was a conversation wherein there was an identification of working towards some capacity of being able to protect you that would work in service to you in an even greater way than them being in the physical manifestation here. So I want you to know that, because I keep on seeing the fact that the energy itself is still very close to you. Like they're saying to me, like I've got these cards here, they're saying, I'm not going anywhere. You just can't see me. They keep on saying, I'm much stronger. They're literally much strong. They're much stronger. They're much stronger. They are much stronger on the other side. That's what I'm saying.
because I'm seeing over there, like, oh man, like it's what I just keep on saying. I might, because they keep on saying they're like, I was called to serve because I'm much stronger over here. Because and this is the thing about it. I don't want to say this in a way, but I'm just seeing this energy, and there was something about the strength of that energy in like I'm having a hard time seeing this energy in the form of the pet that it was in, because like they're much bigger. They're much bigger in relationality to the fact that, like, and I hear them saying like it was a bit. They're going. It was a bit of a downgrade. Like no, they're going. They're going. They're going. It was a bit of a. They're going. They're literally like going. It was a bit of a downgrade. Is what they keep saying to me. They're going. I know it was a bit of a downgrade. I'm like, it was a bit of a. He's like, yeah, I know. It was like, but they're like, it was. It's like that's what they're effectively saying. So I feel like I'm going to now pull the card specifically in relationality to the energy of the pet that I'm seeing here. Oh wow, yeah, you're not like this is a message directly from them, which is saying I haven't gone anywhere. Um, I know you can't hold me is what I keep on hearing them say. I know you can't hold me, but I can protect you. I keep on hearing them say I know you can't hold me, but I can hold you much. I keep hearing them say what they're actually saying is, I know you can't hold me, but I can hold you a lot more safer over here, is what I keep on hearing them say. Is what I keep like they're saying, I know you can't hold me, but remember that now I can truly hold you because I'm not going anywhere. Now, like I'm now like, it's interesting because they're using the word totem, which is it's interesting because that's what I'm hearing them say. They're saying I'm surrounding you, and you're energetically safe in this space because I'm holding you is what they're effectively saying. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now and sending you so much support on your healing journey, dear. I know how difficult it is when we have energy transition over. The reason, and so I want to clarify, like, and I want to just stress this, when they said the energetic downgrade is because like I'm seeing someone who is very like when I'm like, remember when I said, I need to point this out, when I said that this was someone that used to be a person, is like I see a very large person is what I was identifying with this energy. Like when I read into this energy, I see a very large person. So them kind of moving into the space of the pet energy is what I meant in relationality to the space that they were desiring the proximity to be with you in such a way that they were like I keep on hearing they were like I want to protect them is what I keep on hearing. So that desire to protect you allowed them to be in the context of accepting like the choice of moving into acting as the guardian energy. And that's why I keep on seeing that when I said like they were called to serve, I just keep on seeing someone that says I can guard you better over here now, because there was something about like the energetic spiritual protection that they said that was important, that said like it almost like I feel like I keep on seeing them say like they're able to like I keep on hearing they're able to spiritually protect you in a way. And that's the thing with guardian energy. Like guardian energy, like energy that comes towards us to guard us, that they're not holding on as tightly to the energetic form they take. Like they're like, if that is their priority, like I've seen this a couple times, where like this is my priority in whatever form it takes. Is what I keep on hearing, like whatever form, like they're like, if I have to do that in spirit, I'll do it in spirit. You know what I mean? Like it's like that's what's hard for us, and that's why I keep on. That's why the message, especially with the star and its reversal, was them saying, "I know you can't touch me,
but don't forget that I'm still holding you, is what they were saying. Thank you so much for having that reading with me here and sending you so much support. The next person we're reading for today, I'm still looking for Busy. If Busy isn't here, the next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, we're doing a dream reading. Why do you always wait for your turn, Nikki? You got to do it beforehand. Thank you for that gift, House. One moment, please. All right. Hold on, just reading over comments. Oh, I knew you before you picked it up. Oh, I knew before you picked it up. That's wild, Lisa. Good. It's good. Keep it up. All right. Thank you. These are some serious. Did you see? You saw how serious those cards were, right, Nikki? Yeah. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, there's definitely a past life connection. Because it's giving me a lot of like, I'm going with you. Like, he's saying, I'm going with you. It was very beautiful. This trumps every reading ever. Oh, thank you. Thank you for receiving it as well, Nikki. I just got to where I had to be. Now I sit for an hour. So hi there, Fig. Hope we're helping you spend the hour. That's beautiful. Thank you, Lucky. Dogs are the goodest babies. They are the goodest babies. Cats are like knuckle crackers. You know what I mean? Cats are always like, I love reading for cats because cats are like, mind your business. This is what I'll be willing to tell you. I'm melting on my side. Oh, thank you, Purr. They are, yeah, it was big energy, Bridget. It felt very similar to the reading we had with yours. I can definitely do it with animals that are living beings. Downgrade, yeah. Yes, exactly. Much smaller. That's exactly what I meant. They were much smaller than they would typically be. You're on the other side. Yep. This makes me want to cry. Thank you for also receiving this message, Miss Blue. Yes, holding you from the other side. So good to know. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Well, we can be done for today. Their energy, yes, but their energy is much bigger. Yep, of course. Yep, exactly. It's the genie from Aladdin. Yes, itty bitty space. Yeah, exactly. It's very much like that. It's a very good. That's a very good analogy. Yep. I was too. No, it's okay. I get it. You're invested. Hi there, Maddie. Oh, you're drawn to me. We do, if the way the readings work is you send the donation and you can get on the list for a reading. If you get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots left for today. So, yeah, sorry, you're almost here now. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, a moment. That one hit me in the feels. Me too. No problem, Hales. When I first saw her, I was like, oh, there you are. Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, exactly. That's what I meant, right? Yeah, thank you for confirmation on the reading, right? When you saw her, you said, there you are. So that is often indicative, again, of past life connections. So I appreciate you telling me that, because we like to practice evidence-based back to claircognizance here. So thank you for reaffirming what I was reading into. Thank you, Ruby, for the follow. Thank you, Sophia, for the follow. Can you do a reading for me? Again, Maddie, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to claim a spot on the list. You'll be the second person read for. Thank you for those beautiful flowers, KJ. Do you need to send for a non-subscriber? It would be a donation of 29 or more, Maddie. Okay. We also do it for gifts as well. So if you want to give the gift of a baby dragon, you can also get on the list for the gift of a baby dragon. And thank you, Maddie, for the follow. All right, we're waiting. Nikki, do you need more time? While we wait for Nikki's question, let's do another intuition check. So I'm going to pull a card. You guys, I'm going to count back from 10. You guys give me your impressions on what you think is on the card. 10, 9. There's no character limit on the Discord, Nikki. Just post it in the Discord. Sorry. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was a goose. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. Felix. All right, I'm waiting for Nikki. We're going to continue forward as we wait for Nikki. Next person on the list for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi, dear. How are you? Silly goose, yeah. I appreciate a goose. I am also a silly goose. All right, I'm doing well, KJ. How are you doing today? Oh, hi. All right. Okay. Oh, there's a character. I didn't know that. Oh, you see, we're all learning under the learning tree. I did not know there was a character limit on Discord. Excellent. Good to know. All right. Wait. Okay. So I think Nikki's still working on it. So we'll do your reading first, Alexandra, and then when Nikki's ready, we'll do hers. I got you, dear. All right. Let's see. Is this outside tea or inside tea? Also, guys, we're at 38K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Outside tea. Okay, let's work. Outside tea. All right, what do we got? I feel like work has been a highlight this month between showing up for myself in self-improvement, but also evolving in the workplace. I had something happen at work that hurt and opened old wounds. My sister held me in that space. Afterwards, I found instead of being humbled, I rose into my power instead. I feel it lit something in me to stand tall in my power and integrity rather than in anxiety and fear as I expected to adhere to. I feel a responsibility to challenge abuse of power and show up strongly more than before, refusing to take up masks I don't resonate with. But I wonder if this approach is being careless with my job, knowing it's my stability at the moment and that challenging the status quo can cause trouble. Or if it simply means I'm honoring my truth and sense of justice, regardless of power dynamics and situations. I would love advice on that situation, and if this headstrong approach will serve me in a way I envision it, or if it's pride. A beautiful question. Okay, can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. I already got the message coming through. So there's something really important that I'm seeing in relationality to and it's interesting too, because it's talking about being in the space of a positive force for change. Everything that we recognize, we work towards. You have to understand that positive change is ethical change, and that ethical change is one that we're able to identify something in the space of making something energetically better. And I keep on identifying that the way that you approach a conversation can allow you to embody and be that force of change, which is to be able to come into a space that you observe something that is wrong and not articulate solely on what is wrong, right? But bringing with it its solution, right? Bringing with it the direction by which the reason that you're saying, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I feel like we can do it better, right? Like the identification point of something that you recognize that's not okay. But then being able in the same, I keep on hearing, in the same breath, to be able to articulate upon a solution, right? Like the identification point of saying, like, look, you know, I'm bringing this up because, and I keep on hearing you say to someone, like, it may seem small, but the space small is where bad things happen, right? Like the ability of something and saying, like, I want to give someone the benefit of the doubt, but that's why I'm bringing it to someone's attention sooner rather than later, because small, I keep on hearing small things, right? Small things have a tendency of rolling downhill, right? Small things can get worse. So that ability for you to kind of recognize and identify something, as you said, like being that energetic force of change, and maybe even addressing, oh, I got to tell you this because there's a card on the floor that's for you too, even addressing and saying, like, look, I will admit my own vulnerability in speaking on this because I understand, identify that I have a high sensitivity to it because I am someone who myself has experienced this, right? So being able to say, I have identified a problem that you might not necessarily recognize. I want to bring it to your attention because that's my job as someone that cares about the things that I do. And I also want to bring a solution to you that I think will help make it better. Nothing about that modality of saying, I'm trying to fix something, I'm trying to help something be better. There's no modality. Like those are I keep on hearing, those are the qualities of leadership. Those are the qualities of what a good leader does. A good leader notices that there's something problematic. A new leader says, I'm probably making a big deal out of it, but better to make a big deal than have the worst case scenario evolve, right? Also, I've brought a solution to the situation. So I want you to think about this, and this brings me to the card that's been on the floor this whole time that I just stepped on, that I did not see, that is clearly for your reading. We've got the Queen of Swords, right? And so that is the Queen of Swords. It says that the best way to move towards that is to approach it as a leader would. And a leader is someone that cares about the environment by which they're in and brings something forward that they feel is problematic and then articulates upon what they feel can be done to make it better. So I want you to think about that from an ecological aspect, being able to identify and recognize, to be the energetic force of change. And I keep on hearing, an energetic leader does not complain upon things, right? They don't articulate upon something and saying this is bad. They say this is how we can make it better. So I want you to kind of take, like, this is the identification of the fact that, and again, if you're in some kind of situation where you articulate and you bring forth all of the leadership, like all of the qualities of leadership to address a situation, bottom of the deck, that is something that should be appreciated. That is something that, again, if it's an ethical place, should be appreciated, applauded, and well seen. How the energy that you work upon navigates someone showing leadership qualities, like that'll tell you everything you know as to whether you actually want to be there, is what I keep on hearing. Because like, who wouldn't want that, is what I keep on hearing. Like that is like that is the energy that says thank you. Like thank you for bringing that up. Like thank you, right? Versus the energy that says how dare you, right? So I keep on hearing, do so, like, the ability to approach it in that modality is going to effectively allow the context by which things can change. Thank you so much for having that reading with me.
And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments. All right. Oh, 2 interviews. Congratulations, Grace. I hope you're having a beautiful day working on those. Got you. Okay. Oh, yours is ready, Nikki. Okay, perfect. All right. I'm glad to hear that, Grace. Thank you as well, Bridget. Yes, I know I'm new, so I don't want to impose, but to suggest, tap to claim. I believe we can be an honorable and caring team. Beautifully said. I did it again. Hold on a minute. I've been told not to try to fix anything, to just do what I'm told, but I'm having trouble stepping back and letting it happen. Well, I mean, again, if you're in the context that you're seeing something that you feel is deeply, like, I'm gonna reiterate, like, if there's a context by which you're seeing something that is deeply not okay, you know, and that ability to articulate upon it, like, I keep on seeing that, like, a lot of that work, like, this is the identification point. I keep on hearing, like, make sure that you're articulating upon it, like, and almost like I see, like, you almost having to say to another person, you know, like, speaking upon, like, I keep on seeing, like, the ability to, like, this especially with this Queen of Swords here, like, this is saying to me that this is about the like, I keep on hearing, like, this is you kind of being able to identify and say, like, I'm trying, like, I keep on hearing the word due diligence, which is like the ability, like I said, when you articulate and say something in that fashion, like doing what is effectively one's due diligence, which is the space by which you convey something and say, I feel like it was very important for me to call, like, to articulate it and bring it forward, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, dear, and I hope those messages help. All right, next person on the list for today is, we've got Nikki. Is your dream ready, dear? Just let me know. And we've got 2 more spots available today. You're still working on the character limit? Can't you just post a second comment? Lisa, let me confirm. I'll read the list off right now. So the list we have today, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, send 2 comments. That's what I thought you were doing this whole time. Just send another one. All right. We've got Nikki, Greg. Hold on. We got Nikki, Greg, Oracle, Erica, Lisa, and Abigail. And then we've got 2 more spots if anyone else would like to claim a spot today. All right. All right. So Nikki needs more time. Totally okay. We're going to, you are after Greg. Oh, now stuff's coming through. All right. Are you ready? Wait, Nikki, are you ready for your reading? All right. Oh, there's a lot coming through. Part 2. Okay, I think I see part 2. The sequel. All right, this is going to be a minute. How much is it? What is this? Okay, let's see. Where are we? Whoa, okay. I gotcha. Okay. All right, we got it. Okay, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. All right, we're going to do Nikki's reading now. But before, also, guys, we are at 41.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. That said, let's do another intuition check. All right, I've got the card here. I am going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in on what you think is on the card. See who gets closest. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mira, just nailing it. Like right as soon as we started, we got the swan. Well done. All right, let's continue. Is this outside tea? I was spending the whole time trying to get it down to 2,000 characters. It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. It happens. Okay. It's all right. We're good. We got it. We got it here. We got it here. All right. We're gonna read. We're gonna do. This is outside tea, I assume. All right. Outside tea. Here we go. Part 1. I was in Leavenworth with my mom, my boyfriend, and some others. We were staying in an Airbnb, walking in the snow and shopping. My partner and I wanted to share a bed, so I asked my mom to sleep upstairs, and she said yes. Bedrooms felt significant. At one point, this random guy wanted to sleep in the same room as us, and I was going to stick up for us and say no. I actually felt proud of myself. I felt courage for doing that. Chris was supposed to leave, but I asked him to stay, and he said yes, which surprised me. Then it shifted. Might have still been Leavenworth. I was in a big room with girls from high school or college packing clothes. My partner was still there. We heard there was a dangerous hawk outside. People were saying to get inside and lock the doors and windows, but then it turned out it wasn't a hawk. It was actually a person on a roof in the area with a weapon, much like an active shooter situation. My partner was outside wearing a security vest, like he was helping secure the area with a random woman. And they ran back inside. Other cops followed, yelling for everyone to lock all their doors and windows. Inside, people were reacting lackadaisically. I was guiding everyone inside to close the doors, lock the windows, shut the blinds. I remember being like, I can't close all these windows and blinds myself. I can't protect anyone. You guys got to help me. They kept missing steps, not closing the blinds all the way, etc. Some people were like, we don't need to do all that. But I said, yeah, we do. I've done this before. Like, do you want him looking in at you? Part 2. Eventually, they started doing it, but it felt too late. I saw another door and had to go out for some reason. Outside, there were people filming a fake scene, like a movie. I thought they were trying to throw the shooter off. A guy walked up with what looked like a rifle. I thought it was him, but it was just an actor with clippers, part of the commercial or scene, like a Mayhem insurance commercial. Then I was in a liminal space. My partner was next to me and asked, are you okay? I said, but he's not here. I'm alone. And then I woke up. Okay. Can I please get 4 cards? Highest party messages from Spirit, please. It's a dream about trust. It's a dream about trust. The first thing we see is the acknowledgement, like the first tier of the dream is the acknowledgement of the proximity that someone has come into as it relates to like the space of feeling trust towards them. As you know, when we talk about When we see houses and dreams, it can often be about like the space of the self. So it's interesting here because you're saying that you were staying in an Airbnb, in a rental unit, but that space of being in a rental unit is a different approach to something. There's something that you're doing. There's something that you're feeling about someone that is different. You're trying a different approach. Is what I keep on hearing. You're trying something different. You're trying something new, which would be the amplification of staying in a rented house. Let's see how this is, right? Let's see, let's and I feel like there's something beautiful about that because you articulated about, and I think this is important that you said that you asked your mom to sleep upstairs, and she said yes. Now this is what I see that is energetically important. Because I'm not sure why I'm seeing this in this. I'm just seeing this in the space of me reading on the dream. I feel like typically there's a better bedroom upstairs. In the context of most apartments, right? The bedroom upstairs is usually the final bedroom. But this is what we see in relationality to prioritization, which is the fact that the desire to be in energetic connection with someone overrode the quality or condition by which you are effectively resting, right? And so this also brings to the space that the quality of the connection that you're holding with another person is one that you're prioritizing the connection above all, right? Even in the space that you'll say, go, your mom, like, you take the nice one upstairs, right? We'll sleep down here. We'll sleep down here because at least we can be energetically together, right? So it is the mansion of the relationship by which you. It doesn't matter where you sleep. Like the space of being together is the gift. And then again, same thing. They were supposed to leave. You asked them to stay, and they said yes, because that is also the architecture of them saying that they prioritize being with you above everything, right? It's the same space. It's feeling the safety of the energetic house where anywhere you go, you bring it with you because it is the mansion of the partnership by which you don't really care what's around you. Like the prioritization point is the fact, the important thing is that we're together, right? Then you said it shifted. You're in a big room with girls from high school and college, so we got karmic stuff happening again, right? I also want to point out this could be talking more about a disparity that you may have in relationality to your mother's choices in terms of who they want with you. Because if there's someone who wants the upper room, that's not someone who may say, like, you should prioritize elevation in relationship, not connection, right? All right, let me see that it shifted. Big room with girls from high school or college packing clothes. So this is talking towards, right? Like this is a lot of that conversation in relationality to karmic connection, right? So a lot of that work that we're seeing here, we see that there, again, the counterpart is still there. What we effectively identify is, you said people were saying to get inside and lock the doors and windows. But then it turned out that there wasn't a hawk, where it's actually a person on a roof carrying something. Now, I need to point out, this is also a deeper conversation as it relates to trust, because in the context that there is something that is happening, the partner is not with you hiding. They're out there, right? So this is walking through, again, the perception that you have of this person, of someone who prioritizes protecting you. Their first priority isn't necessarily even the care of the person of themselves, but the quality and characteristic you see in another, wherein they are energetically heroic, in that they're always thinking about others, right? They're always identifying and recognizing the shape of that. They're always working in service to that. You said that there, even when there's a context of there being something dangerous outside, People were saying to get inside, but then they found out it was a person. So, this has to do with the disparity of miscommunication that can occur when we're operating from a state of fear, right? Like everybody's going to get inside, they don't even know what they're going to get inside about, right? It's just like they just hear the message, they don't go out to investigate. But this is, again, and we've seen this in some of your dreams. I'm glad that we've done these other dreams before, because we've talked about the fact that you're working through a lot of those like the unhealed thought forms that make one feel to operate from a place of fear. You articulated that that your partner was outside with the security vest, but and this is what I think is important too. People, you said people were reacting lackadaisically, and you were guiding everyone inside to close the windows, lock the doors, and shut the blinds. I remember being like, I can't close all the windows and blinds myself. I can't protect everyone. Now, this is really interesting. This is really interesting because it says to me that you and your counterpart are doing work in terms of healing from trust wounds, right? And the trust wounds of the energetic counterpart is such that that I keep on hearing, like they act in the space of being energetically like the protector, but you're in the space of also protecting, right? This is not discrediting your own ability to protect, because this is saying that in the feminine vibration that you exist within, you protect in different ways. And a lot of that was utilizing discernment, understanding that you could also be working in service of the same energy of the counterpart, even if you weren't doing necessarily the same thing, right? Because you were observing the fact that you were saying, you're telling everyone, you're giving them directions, right? Don't let someone see inside, right? Like you were also like, don't discredit that. That's still very important energetically, right? And you're saying, I can't protect all of you. You've got to help me, right? So that was the space of you basically saying that they put their trust, right? They put their trust that others will do it, right? Instead of taking the steps necessary. So this is the understanding of the energetic connection between you and the counterpart, which is the space that you're always thinking about others, right? In the form of the masculine counterpart that you're in connection with, they always rise to defend. How do you protect those you care about? You tell them you can't trust everyone. You say you can't trust everybody. Not everyone has the best intentions. And even in the space that you are closing the windows or closing the blinds, you were acting in the same vibration as heroic. But it was the space that you were seeing others' naivete and saying, like, no, you got to be conscientious. You are holding the energetic standards, right? So that was you, like, holding the energetic standards in relationality. And then the energy around you being like, we don't need to do that. You don't have to be so cautious, right? Energy asking you to lower your standards, right? And what do you say? We do. I've done this before, right? So this is you being like, this has already happened to me, right? And that's the thing. When you've gone through certain journeys, like when you've gone through difficulties and others see you being cautious, they feel like you're being silly. But you're saying to them, you're like, I'm not being silly. I'm taking this seriously because I know how serious this could get, right? So it's a conversation about holding energetic standards, and how when we're holding standards, right? We don't hold standards for those who hold our standards. We hold standards for those who are oppositional, who are saying, why are you doing that? That's not necessary. You should just stop doing that, right? It's a lot of that same energy being like it's working in the context of understanding that our standards need energetic protection. And you even said, I like this is interesting, you said, do you want him looking in at you? Right? Like the observation of stating to another and effectively saying, like, you don't want to create that space, right? Like it's a lot of that energy in terms of articulating upon what it takes to hold the standard in such a way that you're articulating the experience of that in relationality to like what they should be doing as well. It's like the forced conscientiousness of saying, like, you know, be conscientious. You said eventually they started doing it, but it felt too late, right? I saw another door and had to go for some reason. Outside, there were people filming a fake scene, like a movie. They were trying to throw the person off. Um, a guy, and this is interesting because you said a guy walked by and it looked like they were carrying something, but then it was an actor with clippers, like part of a commercial or scene. And this is the thing that I think is interesting about this, because I think that there's something deeper in relationality to the dream with the lack of understanding as to what the threat is all I keep on saying, right? It's working through, and I think this is interesting in the context of you observing that dream, because even in the space of you working through that, you know, you were looking, I see that this is like now you kind of going in, like, and I need to point this out. The bigger question that I want to ask about this is, what were you doing outside? Because I think that what we're effectively seeing that was happening in the dream is that you did everything you could to secure the interior, and then you went out to meet your counterpart, right? Like that was the energy I see you working. Like even in that work, you were being fastidious to do everything you could to protect the energy of those around you, right? It's the same vibration. Um, and I feel like this is the important part of the dream, and this is where the dream gets karmic. Because you said I was in a liminal space in the final part of the dream, and your partner was next to you and asked, "Are you okay?" And you said no. But he's not here, I'm alone. I woke up. Now, in the space that you said no, I feel like this has to do with the energy of the trauma. And the reason I see that you're saying no, and you'll remember what I said, how we talk about the fact. What do we talk about with why does trauma form? Trauma forms when we experience pain and we don't understand the source of the pain, right? The confusion that causes trauma. You define a situation or circumstance where there was an energetic threat to your person. You couldn't define what it was. And the threat felt like it kept on changing, right? This is often what it feels like when we're in unhealthy relationships, right? That feeling that there's something wrong and you keep accommodating, you keep changing, you keep on trying to move yourself into the modality that you can make it right. But now it's a different problem, right? Now you're doing something wrong again, and now you have to change again. And everybody looking at you being like, what are you doing? And you're like, I'm trying to address the threat. And they're like, you know, like you're over exaggerating, right? So everything you're defining is a description of being in a traumatizing relationship where you're constantly feeling under threat. You always like you're doing wrong. You're always scrambling to change, but then you change and that was wrong too. Like there's no move you can make that gets us right. And then the articulation of the fact that you couldn't tell if it was a hawk or a person. And then you go outside, you're like, is this being staged? Like that is the moment. This is what happens when we leave trauma environments. The question, the trauma that hurts us is, what was that? What was that? And that's the problem with the trauma. We can never fully understand what it was, right? And that's why you are in the space with your counterpart, and you're safe. And they said, "Are you okay?" And you're like, "No, and it's like he's not here. I'm alone, right?" And the he that you said has to do with the trauma that someone potentially gave you, where there was something happening. You still don't understand. You never got the clarity as to what was going on, and the lack of being able to get a clear understanding of what was happening is the source of the trauma. And that's why that's that expression, because it's talking about like this is the heart of that internal wound that you're carrying, that says like, no, I'm not, I mean, like this is it's your it's like a chiron wound, which is saying like, no, I'm always going to carry this. I'm never going to get clarity. I'm never going to get to understand. I don't think, but staying in the space, like, and that's what you realize, staying in the space wasn't going to give you clarity, because you saw that it was just the pain the problem that kept transforming. So that's why we see like this is the dream that's getting you to the source of the trauma that you're carrying from that karmic relationship. Bottom of the deck. I feel like it was a guide dream to help you work under, like, these are the conditions that you're working in. It's what I keep on hearing, like, the working conditions are terrible. No, it's like, but I need to point you out. This is what healing, this is how we start to heal, right? It's not the fact that it's easy. It's understanding and saying, yeah, the conditions are terrible. Like but that's how we begin, right? It's the understanding of what we energetically carry so that we can start to kind of put that work in. So I feel like this whole dream was helping you understand like the energetic pain that you're carrying from a relationship, that in order to understand like what you can start to do to help to heal it. Right. And that's, and I keep on hearing, like, again, the confusion in that experience was closure, but it still hurts. Right. Because it's like, I keep on hearing, it's like that confused. It's like, the mind desires like understanding. It seeks to know. And that's why when it doesn't seek to know, it can drive us, because it's like, but that's why we talk about the fact that some relationships, there's no like, that's why we work to be clear, because confusion creates trauma. So this is articulating about that frustration point in order for you to be able, I keep on hearing, it's a wound tendon dream. It's showing you something in order to allow you the context by which you can tend the wound in a better way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots left today before the list will be closed. Next person on the list is, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. All right. Hold on a minute. Boom, I tell you guys, it wasn't an intimacy wound. Excellent. Yes. So beautiful. That's interesting. Elevation in relationship over connection. Yes. That was, he was being a hero for sure. I took that as someone not wanting or caring about the connection, but what they can do. Security, yes. Yes, Brandy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Corey, thank you for the follow. Nikki, I remember feeling like, okay, he's got the outside. I'll take care of the problem here. And that's what I keep on hearing, like the relationship wherein you never rest. You're both working in the same way. I was just going to say that, the perceived threat. Like maybe the threat isn't as grand as I think. Exactly, Nikki. Yeah, I was making sure the outside was okay and the door was locked, like it was an atrium. Yes, and I said, I was like about to cry, like I was being all strong in the dream. And then when he asked, I was like, no, and felt safe to be vulnerable. Yes, whoa, wow. Yeah, because he was sweet in the liminal space and asked, and I was like, no, I'm not, because that is a space of saying like, no, I can see the nature of the wound that I'm carrying. We got a trust wound, not an intimacy wound. Yes, there's no explanation. Yeah, one can never have enough wounds. Yeah, it's a good life well lived. Hi there, Jaws. All right. Yes, you said. Oh, I was gonna check if that was you because I saw that. Yeah, it's totally okay for you to do it that way. Nikki, thank you. I know I can trust my partner. Yes, tap to claim. Security coup. I like that. Exactly. All right, and thank you for liking the live, Amanda. All right, Rhythm. Thank you for joining us as well. Okay, we're gonna do the next person on the list is Craig. Before we start, we're gonna do another intuition check. Also, we are at 48K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. All right, before we get started, let's draw this card. All right, we've got the card here. We're going to count back from 10. Let me know your impressions. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
4, 3, 2, 1. We have the bear. Excellent. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right. Next person we're reading for today. Greg. Okay. All right. Greg, all right, I'm going to read, there's a lot here, so I'm going to read over, is this inside tea or outside tea? Yeah, it was. I thought the same thing, Ella, when I saw the bear come up, because it is about protection. All right. All right, I'm going to just do a quick read on this. I haven't gotten confirmation if it's something I can read. Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you so much, dear. Oh, so typically, I will often read the questions out loud. So I was just reading, okay, you can read, no problem. Okay. So I was seeing, I've been through a very long business valuation. It's finally close to an end. I have to head to Kenya for an offer. I know it's home team advantage, many ups and downs. I want to know if you can pick up, if it'll go well, and relationality to the business process has trained me. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna read about the energetic environment that you're moving into to kind of be able to navigate and recognize how you can move through something better, like best. Can I please get 4 cards, please, for Greg in relationality to what they can expect energetically? Thank you. Oh, correction, one moment. Oh, 3 cards. Thank you. I'm going to draw that 4th because I think it's necessary. I'm just seeing a circumstance or situation where someone is like energetically on edge, particularly in relationality to feeling in some way, shape, or form like taken advantage of in some way. You know what I mean? I feel like there's some kind of anxiety there. I feel like the most important thing, like I keep on seeing, like I see some kind of space where someone just like, it's actually interesting because I feel like somebody wants to get an energetic read on you. Like that's what I effectively see that the meeting is about, Like I just keep on, like I feel like this is somebody who feels like very deeply invested in the sense of getting to know someone, like simply by being in the energetic presence. Like I keep on hearing somebody saying like, you don't necessarily know someone until you've met them, is all I keep on hearing. Like it feels to me like somebody who's like calling you out there to see if you pass a vibe check. You know what I mean? Like, are you cool? And I feel like that's the most important thing that you can bring with you to that situation, which is like, I keep on feeling like I see somebody who feels like they carry a lot of hurt. I feel like I see someone who feels often that there are those who like energetically, like I keep on hearing someone say like, I like they're looking for someone who, like I keep on hearing like someone who does business first and foremost with a friend. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like, and I keep on seeing this, like, and I feel like this is something about someone just wanting to see if you and them are on the same page. I feel like that it's going to like, Be ready for someone like who wants to like talk to you. They want to make sure that you guys like you share the same feelings, you know? Like they want to make sure that you're not like, they feel like they see someone being like, they want to make sure that you're not just some like robot trying to take advantage of them in some fashion, but like, you know, like it really does feel like somebody who, like, I don't see somebody here like in some way, shape, or form, like trying to surprise you in some way. I feel like it's much more about the space of someone just really like I can see someone saying like I wanna see, like I hear them saying like I wanna look into your eyes and get a read on you. You know what I mean? Like that's basically what I see. Um and like I keep on, I don't know if this is the first time you're meeting them. Like I keep on hearing like if it feels like it's big, you know, like that's the thing about it. Like they're like, if it's big, we should. I keep on hearing, if it's big, we should meet. If it's big, we should meet. Is what I keep on hearing. Um, Bottom of the deck, yeah, like the world card. You know, like I just keep on, like I just keep on getting some kind of sense um, around something in relationality. I keep on hearing, so I'm getting a sense around something in relationality to. Like recognize, like that's what I meant, like it's a big deal. I keep on hearing um like I can see, like I can see, like I can like it's like no wheels, it's just a big deal, which is to say, like I can see the fact that there's some kind of anxiety like point in relationality to like articulating and identifying like something that you're working on with them. But like I keep on seeing that like um there's something about it that just it feels like it does, like it does just energetically feel like somebody who like just wants an opportunity to have some like time with you. Like I feel like there's almost like something here, like it feels like a bit like catch up energy too, like in relationality to someone like ever like having it, like I keep on hearing like the rounded experience of catching up or talking about like the shape of life is what I keep on seeing. So I mean, if it's any consolation, I feel like this is all like energetically well intentioned. And I think that, you know, like I don't know why. I don't know why it's like it feels like there's an air of tension around you. Like you know what I mean? Like there's almost like it's like there's an air of tension around the both, like you and another person. But that's what I keep on hearing. It's like the air of tension when you meet in person helps drown out that noise. Is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like it's like it's helping, like it just it feels like reassurance is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Greg. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for the came out again. For those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person on the list for today is Lisa. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Spot on. Thank you for confirmation on that reading, Greg. You did with us. Strong, positive vibe. Okay, excellent. Immaculate vibes. Yeah, I know the world card, right? Yeah, it was a big card, bottom of the deck. You're so welcome, Greg, and thank you for having that reading with me and wishing me the best in your journey. Yes, have known each other a long time, too long. Love is in the air. Exciting times. All right.
All right, friends. So we are at Phil. We got 50K. Got to our 50K milestone. I'm going to take a minute. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the 50K, and then we'll do an intuition check, and then we'll continue with our readings. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. All right, where were we? All right. So what I'm going to do right now is, I know, Phoenix, it's coming back. This is better. It was gone. Now it's coming back. All right. I'm going to think of a number right now between 1 and 43. First person I see the post number will get the free reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order. No. 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 Whoop, 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 whoop. Wait. Ava, congratulations. You got our 50K. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. All right. Yep, congratulations, Ava. All right. Next person on the list for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. And if anyone else wants to get on the list, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. And if you get on the list right now, oh, wait. I apologize, Lisa. Wait, hold on, Lisa. It's not your turn yet. That was my mistake. It's Oracle Erica's turn. All right. Sorry about that. Oracle Erica, you're next, and then we've got Lisa. All right. Oracle Erica, go ahead and put your question in the comments, and while we do so, I'm going to draw another animal spirit guide card. We're going to count back from 10. Let me know what your impressions are. We'll see who gets closest. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the adder. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. All right, just going back to Erica's. Oh, I love that message. Erica, what truth do I need to embody now to align fully to my soul's highest path in love, healing, and power? Love that question, Erica. All right. 3 cards, please. One moment. I feel like there's something really important in relationality to like trusting your intuition is what I'm saying. You know? Like I see some kind of modality here. As it relates to like finding your own sense of confidence. You know? And I feel like I'm also identifying, like, and I keep on seeing this,
the difference between critique and criticism has to do with the energy that feels like it's supportive, like somebody saying, like, you know, something that you could be doing better, um, versus like make sure you're not energetically around someone that like makes it a habit to try to take you down a peg, is what I see, you know, because like it says to me that like a lot, like I feel like I see you healing from a lot of circumstances and situations in the past, um like wherein you are doubting yourself, you know, like you were doubting your own sense of self. But even worse, you know, energetic connections that were trying to articulate to you that you were that you were some kind of problem, or some kind of or everything was your fault, you know. So I keep on hearing sometimes things just happen. Sometimes things just happen. But when energy is negligent, and this is often what happens, like I just keep on seeing, sometimes things would just happen. But when energy is negligent to us at a young age, it can kind of create that space of someone perpetually blaming us for things and articulating that everything is our fault. Um, I feel like a lot, like I feel like that's a big part of your mantra right now. I really want you to embody the space that says, sometimes things just happen. Sometimes we cannot, and look, I am someone who works in the context of spirituality too. We cannot predicate everything that will occur, but we can predicate how we arrive to it. Is what I keep on hearing. We cannot predicate on what will occur, but we can always predicate as to how we arrive to it. And I feel like I just keep on seeing that, you know, you effectively working in that space, like think less about like the space of trying to control, and more in the space of healing, right? How can I heal something? How can I make it better? And it starts with the self. And I keep on hearing that also starts with the fact of understanding that your first directive is to prioritize the self, to hold the self preciously. And I keep on hearing like the two mantras that you should embody right now are, sometimes things just happen, and I hold myself preciously, because it's the observation and the recognition point of understanding that when we say sometimes things just happen and I hold myself preciously, it's like I keep on hearing you're avoiding energy that tries to project, right? You're avoiding energy that tries to blame and tries to find fault, right? Because I just feel like, and I feel like that's the thing about it. Like I just see some kind of situation where you had a lot of energy projecting stuff onto you, right? Like I just keep on seeing this. Like this feels like unreasonable, is what I keep on identifying. Like this feels like something wherein like you know, like hearing like a burden of responsibility that is just like energetically wild. Um, and so I keep on hearing, I feel like you also need energy that moves towards you with a space of wanting to care for you and wanting to energetically protect you in some way.
because I like to point out, like, I see you as someone, you've got like a lot of empathy. Like, you've got a tremendous amount of empathy. But like, and I got to point this out, that the difficulty with those with a lot of empathy is, you know, if another person is not in a space that they hold you sacredly, like, it can create a lot of anxiety and fear. So make sure, like, keep on seeing, the best thing you can do is to say to others, I've got this, right? The best thing you can do is articulate to others and say that the empathy is a strength, not a weakness. And the best way you can the best way you can broadcast that is taking care of the self, right? Because when we have a lot of empathy, right, but it doesn't, we don't let it affect us. Like, that's us saying, like, I've got this. Like, I'm saying, like, it's a gift, right? So I feel like that is, and I also feel like it's like, I see that it's also being in accordance with those around you that also hold it as same, right? And like I said, like, what do we try? What do we tend to do with gifts? We tend to serve to try to energetically protect them, not blame them, and that's the hard part about it. Like, I just keep on seeing there's like a lot of this energy in the past that tried to blame you, like, blame you for having empathy. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the King of Pentacles. I feel like there's something about working on the space of communication too, is what I keep on seeing. Like, it's interesting because when I draw work for you right now, I just keep on seeing you in proximity with someone very close. And I think this is also, like, this is also something that happens with those with like empaths. Not everyone is as empathic as you are, right? So like like even in the space of like another, like, I feel like you have to have an agreement with another person that says, if there's something wrong, you'll tell me, right? Because you have to understand that energy empaths are very fine-tuned to others' moods. And empaths are like incredibly high-tuned to others' moods. We can pick it, like, you can pick it up, you're like, you know what I mean? You're like, spidey senses tingling. There's a disturbance in the force. So the way that we can protect those who are very, very attuned is by having the agreement that says, if there's something wrong, you'll tell me, right? Like, if there's something wrong, you will articulate it, so I can know the difference between something that's bothering you versus something that's bothering you between us, is what I keep on hearing. And you have to promise to do the same for another person, which is like working in the space of trusting each other in relationality to what we say, not being hyperbolic, right? Being very clear, right? Because I keep on hearing the clarity that you have between another person. I keep on hearing clarity, like being clear in our language, being able to articulate that. That's going to help a lot. To help you both like heal in terms of being in a supportive environment, but also healing from a lot of the trauma that you're carrying from places that you're not. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Oracle. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Creative. How are you doing today? Nishi, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. We've got 2 spots left for today. Yeah, I try to control so much to not be wrong. Well, it's like, here's the thing, and I want to point this out. It's okay. Like, being wrong about things, it's like, and I feel like that's something to heal too. Being wrong is okay because it allows for the context by which we can learn something, you know? Like that's the thing. Like, I would say, like, embrace wrongness. You know what I mean? Like, I seek to learn. Like, when we seek to learn, we embrace wrongness. We say, if there's something wrong, tell me. Please tell me. I can't wait to know. Right? Because, like, when I'm wrong, you're like, okay, now I get to learn. Like, it's a lot of that ability, right? It's the understanding that the context of wrongness is one that we start to welcome because it creates that space that we can learn something. Currently listening to adult children of emotionally mature parents. So I am thank you, sending you so much support there, Bridget. Yeah, it makes me anxious sometimes. Put it in the Discord, Bridget. Exactly. You're so welcome, Erica. And Tay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Lisa. I put my comment in the payment, but the issue shifted after a beautiful conversation. Oh, that's wonderful. I'd like to have a reading about moving forward from this and what to work on internally. You got it. It's inside tea, of course. Okay, perfect. So we're going to do Lisa's reading, but before we do Lisa's reading, we're going to do another. Hold on a moment. We're going to do another intuition check. I'm going to draw a card, and we're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your feedback, your thoughts in the comments, and we'll see who gets closest to it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. We have the Ram. Thank you guys so much for participating. We will do that again after the next reading. All right. Where were we? Polo. All right. Where are we? Okay, we're doing a reading for Lisa. One moment, please. Did you put it, did you send it directly to me, dear? Hold on, just looking for it. Oh, I was looking in the Discord. No wonder I couldn't find it. Just bear with me a minute. All right, there we go. One second. You said where, you said, oh, I know. Wait, hold on a minute. Oh, I'm looking under the wrong one. Yeah, give me a moment, dear. I know what happened. And just a reminder to anyone joining us, when we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. There we go. Perfect. You know what? It was from a few days. It was because you got on the list. I gotta look back. Hold on a minute. Remember the day that you sent it, dear? I got it. Okay, I found it.
Perfect. That's what was happening. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot that it was a few days ago. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, this is inside tea, so I just need a moment to read it, and we'll continue. Oh, one moment. Perfect. Okay, I got you, dear. All right, so one thing I want to point out here is obviously no medical readings here, right? So we're just gonna articulate, we're just gonna talk towards that. But we're gonna continue with the rest of the reading right now. But we will let's see what's happening in terms of like what's going on like holistically in relationality to things. All right, can I please get? Yep. Oh, did you see my? Oh, you changed. Wait, you changed. Hold on, what? Oh, things have changed. Yes. Oh, okay. I'd like to have a. Hold on. Okay, I'd like to have a reading about moving forward from this and what to work on internally. Yep, I got you. Yep, perfect. I got you. All right. 4 cards, please, for Lisa. Oh, these are beautiful cards. I keep on hearing the issues that someone's having right now have nothing to do with you. You know? And I can see some kind of circumstance or situation that you're like you're expressing some kind of worry or anxiety. You know? Like it's hard to see counterparts stressed, you know? And I feel like this is also you having to like heal from and I feel like there's a little bit of deja vu that's happening here, right? Because I feel like there's some kind of situation in the past wherein like energy was stressed and there was some kind of context by which they were taking it like out on you is what I keep on seeing. You know, like that's what I keep on seeing. Like you seeing someone stressed triggers you because you see someone stressed and you go, here we go. Yeah, I see some kind of situation where you see someone stressed and you go, oh, here we go. You know, I'm in danger. Like I just see a situation, you see someone stressed and you're like, I'm in danger, right? Because that's what happens when we're in trauma fueled environments, right? Another person's stressed and we got to go run into another room because you're used to someone taking something out on you. I don't see that this is that type of person, you know? But it still can be like really mind bending. And I feel like this is the best thing. And I feel like the space of you working through something um, with a guide, like I've got a lot of guides around you, is like working in the context of saying, see, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. But that's what's so hard about it, is what I'm observing, right? Because it feels to me like the guides are saying, like, there used to be someone that you were in connection with where the slightest inconvenience became the biggest deal. Like I see a situation like if you didn't fall in like perfect step, there were like the consequences. Is what I keep on hearing, you know. And I feel like that's the thing that you have to tell someone. You have to remind them that you yourself are healing
from a situation or circumstance where seeing another person stressed like triggers you because it was creating the space of like the consequences, which is just that moment of like working through something in such a way that makes it really energetically difficult. So I feel like the best thing that you can do in those moments is remember that your job is not to be perfect, right? Like, this is what I mean in relationality to identifying that love does not require perfect form. Right? Love requires identifying what the work is. It requires identifying what we're working to get better at. And I feel like it's hard because I see that you and another person are very similar, right? It's hard to talk through. Like, I keep on seeing like you're in a little bit of like mutual recovery, as it were, from spaces or places where you experience something with another taking out their frustrations on you. But this is why I keep on seeing that, like, the beauty of you working through that is understand every time you work through something and you understand it wasn't a big deal, like, that is the energetic restoration point. Like, that is how the healing comes in, right? It's not the fact that there aren't going to be those moments, but it's the observation and the acknowledgement that you can get through something together. And I keep on hearing the work of the work of out like minutes instead of hours. The work of hours instead of days, right? The work of like all of that is to show how far you've come. Because I keep on saying the important thing to do is to carry it together and not be in. I feel like you're both been hurt from spaces of or places of energies that in some way, shape, or form were like perpetually trying to hold some kind of grudge, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like the like even more articulated with like the 8 of Swords in its reversal, right? Like the ability to communicate through something. And I keep on hearing you're both trying to heal from silence, right? Because when we are in a space and another person, and we're used to someone that was making us, like, I keep on hearing, like, punishing us with silence, we can get very anxious about silence, is what I keep on seeing, right? We can feel like the silence is directed at us. But that's why I keep on seeing that so much of that work that you're doing feels like it's fundamental, because I feel like I want you to heal. Like, I feel like the journey both you and them are experiencing is learning to heal your sense of silence, to feel silence and feel peace instead of anxiety. And that's hard to do, especially if you come from modalities where another person was trying to punish someone with it, is all I keep on seeing. And I feel like you both experienced that in a profound way. So the way we heal from healing from and like injuries of someone punishing another with silence is through active communication. So, and I feel like even now you've recognized that your ability not to just hold it, to be able to speak about it and seeing how easy it can be. Like, I feel like this is a guide saying, see how this is different, recognize and acknowledge how far you've come. Continue to do that work. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person on the list for today, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, it was Ava, Grace. Oh, sending you so much support, Phoenix. Yeah, the little stutter. Yes. No, it's not fair. This resonates. Thank you, Ava. All right. We're going to continue right now. Second call right now for Abigail. Second call right now for Abigail. All right. And if anyone wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of 20. Oh, hold on a minute. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And if you get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. There we go. Perfect. Melly, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. One moment, please. Nope, you want a minute? One second. Perfect. No, just give me a second. Patty, if you could do me a favor and just give me the, Kat, if you could give me the last initial of where you sent the donation. And we'll continue. Hold on a minute. Oh, thank you. That's what I needed. Perfect. And could you give me the last name initial, please? And Taylor, thank you for getting on the list. Shift, all we do to take questions is you send them via the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And once you send the donation, you can be added to the list. Yep, that's perfect. Thank you so much for confirming, Kat. All right, can you let me know? Yep, I got you, Tay. One moment. We're doing a love reading. 1 second. Can I please get 3 cards, please? 3 cards for Kat. Highest party messages for Spirit, please. I feel like there's something I feel like there's something important that you're healing from in relationality to love. Specifically as it relates to energy being clear in terms of what it is that they're actually seeking is what I keep on seeing. Like, make sure that you're being very clear in relationality to what your manifestation goals are at this time. Because
there's like, I keep on seeing some kind of situation or circumstance where you're moving towards someone, and there's like some kind of hope in relationality to the direction that it's going to move into. And then it moves, like I keep on seeing, and then it moves very, very far off the mark. That's what I keep on seeing. You know, like there's a lot of that energy that just feels like it's like, I keep on seeing like it just like it wings, it's like it wings to the left, it wings to the right, if it, as it were. But the way that you would typically be able to heal this is by making sure that you and another person are very much on the same page before you start building into an energetic connection, is all I keep on seeing here. Because something about that work that I'm identifying, I feel like it's like, I keep on hearing the healthy relationship is one that is going to energetically honor your throat chakra. Like the healthy relationship is one that is going to energetically honor your throat chakra. Because I just keep on seeing it's the space by which you're able to communicate what it is that you want. And another person is going to be delighted to receive that, right? And if there's something about you stating that to another person, if you articulate, I keep on hearing, if you're articulating what your manifestation goals are, and another person says like, whoa, like slow down, like I just want to see where this goes. Remember, like we are never in more danger in energetic relationship than when we state, let's just see where this goes. Because that modality of expression, like that ability to be able to articulate, like that ability to be able to expound upon what it is we desire. Everyone has desires. Everyone has a direction that they aspire something to go. But I keep on hearing like when someone is saying to you, let's just see where this goes, what they're really saying is like they either they don't know, they don't have a manifestation goal in relationship, right? Like that doesn't exist. So I keep on hearing, make sure that you're having those conversations sooner rather than later. You're not going to meet an aversion point with someone that wants the same things as you. If you articulate what it is that you want, and another person experiences that, they're going to be delighted at the fact that you're in the space of being available for it. They're not going to take it energetically personally. They're going to see that as the expansion for what it is. Because I keep on seeing, like I see some kind of energy around you. Like, and I keep on hearing like the manifestation goal shouldn't feel like a big reveal. Like it shouldn't feel like someone being like, okay, now that we've got an emotional connection, I've got something to tell you. Right? So I keep on hearing like there shouldn't be a moment where someone goes like, now that I've got an emotional connection with, let me tell you what my plans are. let me tell you what my plans are, is what I keep on seeing. But I feel like you've had these moments. Like I feel like there's something about this that you've had to go through with some energy. And that's what I keep on hearing. Like none of this, like, and I keep on hearing, especially someone like, make sure someone's being clear. Like have those clarifying conversations. Have them like right out the gate. Say, I keep on hearing the healthy energy will save you the trouble of making a mistake, right? The healthy energy will save you the trouble of making a mistake, because that's the energy that says like, no, I want that too. It's really refreshing that you articulate that this is what you're energetically seeking. And I feel like I gotta say this, especially as it relates to something from the past. We I want your mantra is you prioritize energy that prioritizes you. Prioritize energy that prioritizes you, right? That is the energy that, like, because I feel like I see you like deep in the space of healing. But that ability of being able to prioritize, like that ability of being able to articulate upon the energetic priority point,
Like I keep on hearing, like this is not, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing healthy relationship changes us in ways that feels like it's transformative. It shouldn't be a relationship where someone builds a connection and then goes, oh, by the way. Is what I keep on hearing. Like I keep on hearing like, oh, by the way, which is like there's no oh, by the way in a healthy partnership, right? Everything's a big deal, right? And again, if there's some kind of space where another person is feeling like you're making a big deal out of things, right? Like that is the energy that may not necessarily be in attunement to you. So make sure that I keep on saying, make sure that you're articulating about not only like what it is you're looking for in partnership, but what is important to you, right? And I keep on seeing like not the space of someone saying, I can accommodate that. Someone saying, I want that too, right? That is attunement. like, thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now, and the list is closed. But if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today is Taylor. Taylor, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. We're also at 55K. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K. We'll get to 100K in no time. And I got you on the list, Elisa. All right. And thank you, Jill, for the follow. I got you, dear. You got that last spot. You're so welcome, Kat. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much luck on your journey. Hi there, Megan. How are you doing, Kay? Oh, good to see you today. I'm glad to see you resting. V, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Clarification on love. Absolutely. One moment. Before we begin, let's do another intuition check. All right. I've got a card here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in. We'll see who gets closest to it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the Earth Dragon. Thank you guys so much for participating. We will do that again after the next reading. All right. All right, we are now reading for Tay. It's the one time I didn't, I know it's like the one time you didn't put dragon in. It's okay. It's okay, Nikki. All right. Oh, sending you support, Kay. Sending you so much support, dear. It's good to see you. All right. And thank you, Jill, for the follow. All right, one moment. And just looking for Tay's question again. Clarification on love. I got you. And let me see. Okay, thank you, Tay, for the information. 3 cards, please. There's something coming through
in relationality, to being patient, in relationality to love. I feel like you have to give something a chance, is what I'm seeing. You know, it's very much in alignment with it's very much in alignment with what we saw in today's reading. And I keep on seeing it has to do in the space of understanding. Perfection is made, it's never found. Perfection is made, it's never found. And I feel like there's like this false concept we have right now in relationships, right? Especially in the context of like what we see on the outside of things, right? It's very easy, and I keep on hearing too, comparison is the thief of joy, right? It's very easy, like be very conscientious and understanding that like never has it been more easy. Like I feel a lot of deep sympathy right now for those with Virgo placements, because like the desire for something that feels energetically perfect is frequently depicted even in the space of social media, right? It's the observation of looking upon something and being like, well, it's so like that, like they thought like why can't, like it's a lot of that why can't. Remember, I keep on hearing, remember swan energy. And what is swan energy? Right? The more graceful something appears, the more the work goes into it, right? The more effort goes into it to make it appear energetically seamless, right? It's a lot of that identification of working through something. It's a lot of that identification of doing the things that is necessary or recognizing what it takes. And I feel like that's like, I keep on seeing there's a little bit of this like, there's a little bit of this like short, like there's a little bit of this short energy around you, which is potentially that space of looking upon something. And then like make sure like the first hurdle, like make sure the first way, like make sure like the first moment that something doesn't go perfect, another person doesn't say forget this, is what I keep on hearing. Like make sure someone thought like understand, I keep on hearing understand that perfect is made, never found. Which is why like when someone's like, oh, this isn't perfect, forget it, right? Like that ability to like understand that like the beginning of relationship, how someone comes towards us, right? When someone's in their authenticity, they're often clumsy, is what I keep on hearing. When someone's in their authenticity, they're often clumsy because they're working so hard to be energetically like careful that like it can sometimes feel like someone's not caring. So I keep on seeing like make sure that you are approaching situations not mirroring what you like what another's bringing to you, but like I keep on hearing like creating the energetic vibe, like working in the context of identifying and recognizing the direction that you hope something should go. And I keep on hearing like remember like the first like when, and everything we need to know, I keep on hearing everything we need to know about like overcoming the beginnings of a hurdle in relationality has to do with how another person takes a note, right? Because when something isn't working and we articulate to another that it's not, right? It's that space that we can say, oh, I didn't realize that. Like, let me correct for that, right? It's the ability to understand and work through the process of change. But when we're in that space of being able to
like the identification point. Like, be very conscientious if you keep telling something to someone and they just keep doing it anyway, right? Like, be very conscientious of like articulating a need to someone and they just go like this, but then they just like continue forward in that fashion. Because I keep on seeing it's not courteous. Like, it's not polite to insist. It's not courteous to energetically force. So like that space of like building into it, I keep on hearing everything you need to achieve will be found in reliable energy. And reliable energy shows up to put the work in. They recognize what it is that they're trying to create. They articulate that it's not just the energy that says that they want something. They show the reliability necessary in order to get there. And that requires, I keep on hearing, that requires patience on your part to be able to navigate the stumbles when someone's trying to become better at being consistent with you. And also not being in a space of tolerating those that say that they want something, but then they don't show the evidence of moving in accordance to what it is they articulate they desire. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially because I see that there's some kind of experience from the past that you're also recovering from, right? I see some kind of situation or circumstance, and this is what I mean. When we have a betrayal wound in the past, it cuts us once when it occurs, and then it cuts us every day that we stop trusting others after that. So make sure that you're giving someone, like, don't let someone have to suffer from the wounds of a past experience, right? Like, articulate through it, tell them. And like, I can point out, like, you know, I'm sorry if you find me in this space. Like, I'm sorry if you find me somewhat trepidatious, but I have reason to be, right? And that ability of effectively like building that space of trust, it's the requirement point of being able to give, like I keep on hearing, the opportunity for another to meet you through that conversation, right? Because I keep on hearing like you articulating what your like anxieties are or your fears. That gives another the opportunity to support you through that, right? And I keep on hearing like that's also creating that space of like, because I see it now, like that, like reliability, like that stability. Like I keep on seeing like this is something about you expressing that point of really identifying what that means to you. And I keep on hearing energy that's in alignment to you will also hold that to be true as well. And I keep on hearing you're not asking for too much, but for the wrong person will always say it's too much. Like you're like it's a lot, right? It's like I keep on saying, and as long as you're consistent, is what you're asking for. You know, it's not about, the only thing you have to be worried about is shifting consistency, which is the articulation of saying that you want something and then someone meets it and then you change what you want. We always want to avoid that. If we're being consistent in our needs, that's not being needy. That's not wanting too much. If you can articulate the fact that that is like there's a standard to what it is that you're recognizing. Thank you so much, Tay, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the first person right for it. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. We do intuition checks with a crystal deck. Oh, I don't have one. Do you? It'd be kind of cool though. Sending you, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Oh, thank you, Team Osana, for being here as well. Yeah, it was the Hierophante. You're so welcome, dear. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. All right, let's continue right now. Next person on the list is Elisa. Elisa, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Elisa, we're going to do an animal spirit guide intuition check again. I'm going to draw a card. And you guys can let me know. I'm going to count back from 10. Ava, you are after Elisa. You're next, and then we're going to get 2 1-card readings for subscribers. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Yes, excellent. I'll take Wolf too. That was close. Good job, Carolyn, and good job, Ava. All right, let's continue right now. Elisa, could you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, buon compleanno. Yes, got it. All right. I get. I mean, I just already see you doing a lot of this work right now. You know, there's a lot of this space that I see that you're just, I keep on seeing you like you're recognizing and identifying. It's interesting because I keep on hearing like there's a very important word in relationality to the word like I keep on hearing unification, which is saying like I see you kind of like trying to articulate and address, and like I keep on seeing like working in a space. I keep on seeing like it's working in a space of being really energetically receptive is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like the funny thing about it that I'm seeing, Elisa, is like being receptive, but also like pushing your hands out. Like that's the thing that's so interesting about it. Like I see you receptive, but pushing your hands out, because I almost identify like that's the force or that's the space that you're articulating on like what that's like what is significant to you or what is important. You know, like I see you in some way like acting as energetic sanctuary, particularly as it relates to family. And the thing with, and I have to point this out, and that's the thing that's interesting that I'm reading into when it comes to sanctuary, because the thing you hear in sanctuary is you can't talk to them like that. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing about it. Like that's the thing about it. It's like I see you almost saying like, you know, as long as you're nice, you can stay. But if you're not going to be nice, you got to get out. Like it's what I keep on hearing you say. Like that is like I keep on hearing like that is the energy of strong sanctuary, which is like the force that says like as long as you're kind, like as long as you're considerate, you can energetically like be here. But not like I keep on hearing, but not in a space that like it like I feel like not in the space that it makes another person feel like excluded in some way. And that's what's so interesting about it. You know, I feel like there's something about you being very like I've also got someone in spirit that says that you're carrying on their work in that capacity. You know, like I see some like this is what we mean by tough as nails. You know, like this is what we mean by tough as nails, which is like tough as nails is the energy that feels like it's protected, right? It's the energy that like is able to be strong or being like that energetic force to be reckoned with. But it feels very much like I almost see you kind of inhabiting that space of that like that I keep on hearing like it's like a mama bear mentality, which says like, you know, like you have to be in a space that you care about one another. Like caring is the most important thing. In relationality to work, I feel like there's something about you going through some kind of process of expansion. You know, I see something here of you like learning to like do something in a bigger way. But that's what I keep on seeing. Like it's interesting because I feel like a lot of the work that I see you doing at this time has to do with good energy. Like finding someone that you can like expand upon something with. You know what I mean? Like it does feel like I keep on hearing in the workspace like there is some kind of aspect of partnership that comes into play. And I keep on hearing like quality over quantity, right? That observational space of identifying and recognizing, you know, not just like I keep on seeing like you almost going through some kind of vetting process to find someone that you feel like you can work with, like that I keep on seeing like it feels like a good energetic partnership. Um, in love, I see like, and that's the thing about it. Like I feel like the work in love and professionally is very similar in some way. You know, I see you kind of working in the same way, which is saying like, uh, I keep wondering, I'm looking for a woman. I'm hearing that song. I'm looking, you know what I mean? Like, but that's the thing I see that's important, which is like I see you like listing all the qualities and characteristics in partner. Like, and this is the important thing. In professional, I hear that song, right? Which is like you being very clear, being I'm looking for the you know what I mean? Like going through that song of like the checklist, but not so much in love. In love, I see you taking that checklist and throwing it out the window and saying, I'm following the feeling. I'm following the feeling. Surprise me. It's like surprise me energy, right? So I feel like that's the important thing. It's like the same work, but taking different direction to it. And one I see you being like very like checklist, and the other one being like, I'm following the feeling. I know the things that are important. And I'm arriving into a space that I keep on hearing you say to the universe, like, surprise me. Like, this is what I want. Surprise me. This is what's important. The rest, like, I leave it up to you. And I feel like that is the type of energy that you need to take. Like, keep on hearing, don't cross the streams. Don't confuse the two, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, bottom of the deck, right? Like, it's interesting because, like, in the professional space, I see you being like, no surprises. don't don't surprise me, right? But in the space of like in the space of relationship, I feel like it's the opposite. It's like you being like this is what's important. The rest, like, surprise me, right? Because I keep on seeing that is like that I keep on, and this is what I keep on feeling like you're learning, which is like in the professional space, not so much the emotional connection, right? Because the emotional connection makes it difficult to I keep on hearing getting the job done. But in the personal space, holding on with rigor to what's important and then allowing oneself to be surprised, right? Like that, like being like, these are the important things. The rest is like open territory. Like it gives the possibility of being able to, I keep on hearing like learn, I keep on hearing learning something more about the self by shedding some kind of preconceived notion of the self. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Elisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common that those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you would like to get on, for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Ava, you're next on the list. And as we wait for Ava's question, I'm going to read over the comments. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to invite that person. Thank you for the follow. Oh, lady, I didn't mean to send the invite. I was just trying to say hello. Sometimes when I'm scrolling, I accidentally invite people. So, but good to see you, lady. Thank you for the follow. All right. Yes, I'm looking for quality over quantity in an assistant. And you're looking for an assistant. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing there. Hi there, Gary. How are you doing today? And again, wishing you the brightest birthday blessings. I know I clicked the wrong name.
Yes, and V, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yes, I'm looking for a feeling, not a type. I'm a little lonely, but I'm trying to ignore it. Yes, 100%. Married my type. Now I'm open and divorced them. Sending you so much support on that journey, Darren. And thank you for having that reading with me. Hi there, Julia. I got you, Ava. Reading on soul qualities and virtues, the characteristics I've worked on across lifetimes. Ava, you just like nail the questions, man. You always nail the questions. Beautifully put. All right. Can I please get, you're so welcome, Elisa. Before we get started on Ava's reading, let's do another intuition check. All right, I've got the card here. We're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and let me know your impressions. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I am in shock on how many people chose dolphins. Because it's not dolphins, but it is the water dragon. And what is a dolphin? What is a dolphin? Not a water dragon. So good job, guys. Well done. Very cool. I'll take, I was close enough. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, let's get to Ava's beautiful question. All right. Just looking back at it, because I love the way you phrased it. All right, so Ava asked a beautiful question. Can we read on my soul qualities and character, my soul qualities and virtues, the characteristics I've worked on across lifetimes? So that's such a good question. 4 cards, please, for Ava. It's such a good question. You're going on. All right. So there's something really interesting, like in relationality to your soul journey. Because I keep on seeing that there, you've been here for you've been here for quite a long time. You know, you're not new to this. I keep wondering, you're not new to this life. You're not new to this life. But the important thing that we're seeing has to do with I keep on seeing like there's like a really massive energetic wound that happened on your soul journey. Because I've got 2 lifetimes here that were like absolutely beautiful. Like I just keep on seeing this. Like this was great. But I feel like a lot of this has to do, and I keep on seeing the hard part I'm identifying has to do with some kind of karmic struggle that you've been navigating with another person. And I feel like this has been like something that is difficult because, and I feel like it has to do
in relationality, like, when I gotta stress this, and it has to do with like an egoic wound. When we are in a space where we don't care what others say, we hold each other reverently, right? Like, and this is what I'm seeing in relationality, the shape that something took, you know, in the kind of like the early journey of your own soul journey. Like, and I feel like there's something important about you being here, because I feel like you've been around here long enough that you can kind of like it wasn't always like this, and like you want to hear it. But like that ability of doing so, when we put, and I feel like this is why I feel like it's so painful right now between you and a karmic, when we start caring more about what others think instead of the love that we hold within ourselves. There's nothing more tragic, because I just keep on seeing like that modality or that moment where like someone, I think we've talked about this in your soul journey, like someone tried to take the love that they expressed for you and move it into need, right? Like someone tried to move out of the space of saying like, I adore you, and more in the space of them saying, you need me, like you need me. Like you need me to protect you. You need this. But it's more of the, I keep on hearing, even in the space of someone doing that, it was the articulation of the hyperactive preciousness of the self that makes another person, like I keep on hearing, like the love that become, like when we try to, like the thing is, and I feel like I just keep on hearing this, and this has been a part of your journey of the soul. When you try to grasp love, you break it, right? Like when you try to, like when you grab love too tightly, you break the love, right? Because it's like in that space that you grab that it doesn't, like I keep on hearing, like it feels like I keep on seeing like someone, like not like that, like in the space that we don't like clasp the counterpart reverently is the moment that something becomes unhealed. And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work that you're trying to do right now, like both healing from some kind of circumstance or situation where another made you feel like you had to conceal yourself, is all I keep on hearing. You're healing from some kind of deep karmic wound where another made you feel like you had to conceal yourself, and navigating into like this space of being able to identify, I keep on hearing like the virtue that I see of you kind of coming into yourself is, I feel like it's you kind of like re like I keep on hearing the word dignity, right? Like it feels like there's something about you identifying and being able to like work through something in terms of understanding that in love we find dignity. Like in love we find the ability to accept the self in its fullness. And I keep on hearing when we try to grasp love, it becomes undignified because we're not holding the love energetically preciously. Is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. This is that extra card that I was seeing. Yeah, the Three of Wands, right? The Three of Wands in its upright. Um, and I feel like that's so, like, I feel like there's something about that soul journey that feels like very, I keep on saying it feels very energetically painful, because I feel like there's that space of you recognizing that, I feel like there's something painful in understanding that we can't Like we can't save one another for each other, is what I keep on hearing. Like we save ourselves in the space of saying we save ourselves, meaning that we arrive to situations and we don't try to say, I'm doing, like when we start saying, I'm doing all of this for you, like that's where the love starts to get, like, you know what I mean? That's like where the love starts to crumble, right? But it's like I keep on hearing like the energy that says, I do this because I care about you, right? Which is the energy that says like we arrive to ourselves because we set the standard of what we feel needs to be held, right? It's not that, it's like I keep on hearing, it's like none of that, like it's none of that like love that feels like it's cloying and indignant and saying like, you know, like you should do better. It's the energy that says I do better for you, is all I keep on identifying, right? And I feel like that's a lot of the work that I see that you're actively doing now. Like I literally hear you like you're carving a path. Like I see you carving a path and working on the self, right? And understanding that is the space of like helping to heal. Yeah, Queen of Cups, in its reversal, right? Like it's like keep on hearing like I almost feel like somebody was trying to come into this space of like this is what I mean about a karmic struggle between you and a person, which is somebody saying like in some way like if you love me enough, you'd put up with this, is what I keep on hearing. But that's what I mean. We don't put up, like love is not about putting up with things, is what I keep on hearing, right? I almost hear you having a conversation with someone saying, if you love me, you put up with this. And I hear somebody else saying, we don't put up with anything. We don't put up with things in love. We work in service to what, like we recognize where the work is, you know? And I feel like there's a lot of that space and I can see this, like it feels painful because I almost have some kind of energy that is like, you know, articulating or amplifying. Like I keep on hearing the word forced helplessness, right? And that's the thing. When another person says, if you love me, you put up with this, and we see the damage it's doing in their life, then it feels like to be able to remain there feels like forced helplessness, right? Like it's the energy that says like, you can do it, you can do it. Like I see you mean like you can do it. You're strong enough to do it, right? So I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see you navigating. And I can see the fact that it feels like it's bittersweet because I keep on hearing like love is not the space that we tolerate things. Because when we tolerate it, we tarnish the love, right? Like if love stays in a place that they feel that they have to tolerate something, it tarnishes the love. And when we work to polish love, right, we're constantly working on ourselves to try to, I'm trying to get my love better. I'm trying to work it out. I don't know. It's never going to be perfect, right? It's got a little bit of a patina. But I see you kind of trying to say to someone, you should work on that. You know what I mean? Like, you should work on that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today. But if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. We're now going to open up to 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit the subscribe button and be added to the list. All right. You're so welcome, Ava. We're also at 77K. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And I'm just going to read over some of the questions that came through as I was doing Ava's reading. The bare minimum wounds, sending you support, Carolyn. We can't save one another. We save ourselves for each other. Tap to claim. No more self-sacrifice, yes. That was the relationship with my ex, sending you so much support, Ava. You're so welcome, dear. All right, Kay. Can I get an energetic update on that energy?
I mean, I see somebody who doesn't know what to say, you know? Like, I feel like it's almost like an energy that feels like you're not wrong, you know? Bottom of the deck. You know, like that's what I see. Like I see someone that says like they don't know what to say. You know, like I feel like there's somebody navigating their own disappointment with themselves. But I almost feel like I see somebody um like I just keep on seeing someone holding on to something because it's like the hope that like I see somebody holding on to something with the hope that something can change. But also like it feels to me like there's somebody like I feel like there's somebody who's holding on to something because they just feel completely confident that once they give something to you, like they're not going to see you again is all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, Kay. Melly, one card pull. Oh, can I get one card in relationality to that work? Yeah, it's not if, it's just when, right? Like this is just saying like as long as you set your intention to it, you know, bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the temperance card, you know, I feel like there's something like you're already actively working towards it, is what I'm seeing. Stella, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the first person to add for tomorrow. All right, one moment. And guys, please make sure to recharge your heart needs if you'd like an animal spirit guide card with your one cards. Ella, one card, highest good, month of July, please. I see you identifying and working through something. Hold on a minute. I need your question. Like this is embracing vulnerability, is what I keep on seeing. Like talking about your feelings, but I keep on hearing talking about your feelings in a way that you're honoring them. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, Queen of Pentacles, like not projecting, but just observing is what I keep on seeing, especially as it relates to another person's unreasonable demands. You know, like I almost feel like there's something about you articulating that in a space of saying like, this is how something feels to me, you know, which is like not projecting it out, but giving someone an observation of your experience. All right. Hold on a minute. And one card, Animal Spirit Guide for Ella. Yeah, this is feeling like a fresh start too. I see you like making new plans, having new experiences. Big manifestation time for you. Ooh, Alexandra, synchronized work idea. I like it. Queen of Swords. Yeah, this feels great. This feels positive and collaborative. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Four of Swords in bottom of the deck. Um, I think there's something important there in relationality to. I keep on seeing like the space of time is what I keep on hearing. Like it's like working through like the like timing issues of something. Animal spirit guide for Alexandra, please. Yeah, especially with the owl energy. You know, I feel like there's something that's happening there in relationality to like I keep on seeing like sharing ideas or you being able to articulate upon an idea that feels like it's expansive. Yeah, Bridget, I got your 2 cards for the higher self, please. Ten of Wands in its reversal with the 6. It's interesting that we keep seeing this. Love comes in many different forms, and I just keep on seeing that, like, a lot of this work is saying that you're showing love by identifying what you don't tolerate. When we show love by identifying what we don't tolerate, we set the standard, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, bottom of the deck, right? Willing to have the conversation, but you just have to wipe your feet at the door, right? It's opening up the possibility to something by saying, like, the manifestation goal is such that, like, it's not unique. It's something that it's something that you give yourself. It's okay to ask it from another as well. All right. And animal spirit for Bridget, please. Yeah, especially with the Ren, right? I feel like you're worrying less what others think and just kind of moving in the modality of what you know is right. You're so welcome, Kay. I will be on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. Lisa, one card to activate subconscious mind in relation to expanding myself into my calling. It's saying, again, it's a lot of this, like, positive, like, I keep on hearing, like, the idea of, like, I keep on hearing the welcoming force is what I keep on hearing. Like, it feels like almost like ambassador, you know, like someone, like, trying to articulate upon what they're energetically offering. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially especially with the 9 of Pentacles. I feel like a lot of that is also like, I keep on hearing, like, talking to another person about your vision is all I keep on hearing. You know what I mean? Like, it's expanding. I keep on hearing it's like you being able to, like, give someone an identification of what it is that you idealize is all I keep on hearing. And animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the otter, like working into a space of not, like, you know what I mean? There's no no's. There's just not yets. So just, like, ever patient, never waiting is what I hear too. Haley, one card, highest priority. Yeah, the 9 of Cups. I feel like this is you embracing and coming into the space of embracing yourself and appreciating yourself. And I feel like it's like, I keep on hearing, you know, again, it's very much the same thing. Like, it's the ability of identifying and articulating how we, I keep on hearing healthy communication. It's interesting how when we say, I'm only available for healthy communication, how quickly we're able to see what isn't. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially like again, if you saying to someone, I'm available for a healthy conversation, and that prevents them from speaking to you, like, that's what I mean. Like, that's like, you know, it's like it can sometimes be painful because it's the observation of what the energetic problem is. All right. And one card, animal spirit for Haley. The owl, right? One moment. Oh, I apologize. Hold on. I've got one moment. Sorry, I was just finding my spot again. Yeah. We got the owl, which is saying to me, like, it's the identification of being able to see something. Like, when you ask for something and another person can't return it to you, it's like, oh, there's that insight. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, all right, that's interesting. All right, spirit junkie, one card on healing. Ah, look at that. That's like the ultimate healing card. I see you, like, working through a space of identifying and recognizing what is possible. And I almost see you, like, in some kind of modality where, you know, I feel like this is identifying what feels like it's working in, like, I feel like the thing that's interesting about it is you understanding that, like, even in the space of what you're healing, things can change, especially with the 3 of Cups in its upright. Like, I see you kind of working through something in the context of what feels right for the self. So it's almost like the personalized spiritual journey.
if you will. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah, especially with the red energy. Like it's saying to me that like this is you kind of recognizing what feels right for you. And even if that I feel like even if that feels like you deviate a bit from how others see things, which is interesting. All right, Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. I feel like I see some kind of circumstance or situation wherein, like, I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is one that should be amplified or articulated upon giving someone energetic reassurance, not just knowing that someone is there, is what I keep on hearing, right? I keep on hearing reciprocity is key. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Knight of Wands in its reversal, like not the space of like communicating to someone and then they feel the reassurance that they can kind of reach out at any time is what I see. It's the identification point of being able to continue forward in terms of what the manifestation goal is. All right, one moment, please. Animal spirit guide for Chrissy. Yeah, especially with the eagle, you know, like I feel like it has to do, like I keep on hearing productive conversation, allowing the context by which something can occur. And I keep on hearing like the healthy relationship is not one that you have to like check. It should be one that it's just allowing for that reciprocity and someone letting you know what's going on. One card today to next week for Grace. I got you, dear. Today to next week, that's a lot. This is feeling good. Feels like stability coming in. Continue to work towards it. Bottom of the deck, please. Yeah, especially with the Four of Wands. No, like I keep on hearing, very like patient, never waiting. Don't get frustrated in terms of anything that isn't coming through. Just continue to move forward. Animal spirit guide for Grace. Yeah, the bear, which is working in the context of like I keep on seeing like taking on like just moving forward and doing what one can and building that resiliency is what I keep on hearing. You're welcome, Ella. Oh, really cool, Ella. That's a great name for it. Alexandra, I got chills. You had a feeling you get the owl. Oh, that's wild. That's so cool to hear. Katie, card on situation, please. Oh, Katie, these are one card readings for subscribers if you'd like to become a subscriber. One card, highest priority for Nikki. This is saying to me that there's a lot of that work that I see you doing as it relates to, like I told you, like building into the space of trust, learning how to communicate, learning how to share. And I feel like, again, you're not alone in that, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like a lot of that vulnerability is coming up because I feel like you're finally in a space where you're being cared for. It's helping you see how vulnerable you were potentially in past experiences. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the cow, right? The guides show us things when we're ready to see them. So I feel like that's the energy of you kind of being ready to be able to face something that you couldn't see before. All right. You're so welcome, a spirit junkie. You got the owl last time too. You did, Haley. Excellent. Thank you for those. Hi there, Chastity. You're so welcome, spirit junkie, and thank you for the follow. You knew what Mother Bear means in my life. You're so welcome. No, I love seeing that card there for you. Channeling. Got it. One card on how to better support partner. Active listening. I know it's really hard not to give advice, but be like, ask them and say, what are you seeking from this conversation? Are you looking for support or are you looking for direction? Is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right? I know how hard it is, right? Like, just like, I feel like you've got the kind of energy where you're like, are they water-based? Because when they're water-based, like sometimes water's like, I just want you to wallow in it with me. Like water's like, I just want you to wallow in it with me. And sometimes if you don't have as much water, you're like, we could fix that. We can go to, we ride at dawn. And being like, no, I don't want to ride at dawn. I just want to feel it. Animal spirit guide part. Yeah, like again, because you have to say to someone, you have to say like my first, like you have to say to them, like my first direction is direction. So being like, I understand if you're not looking for advice, like it's going to be hard to say it's your love language is getting things done. So it's like, you have to kind of help them understand you're not like you're not, I keep on hearing you're not trying to diminish their feelings. You're trying to heal them because you're like, I don't want to feel my feels. I just like to solve them. It's like you want to hear it. All right, my friends, final call for anyone who has not had a card pulled today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We should be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to get on the list for a reading, Tay, your subscription ended, dear. You'll be the second person read for. But if you want us to resubscribe, I'm happy to pull a card for you. I want to thank you guys. If you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos and the place where we keep the photos. For anyone who became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. Also, in the perks section, you will find a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to your class subscription. The next class is on July 16th. Oh, thank you, Grace. I appreciate that. One card for Ava on how they're feeling. I mean, emotional is what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel somebody's in a space of like learning to honor their feelings in different ways. Is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like I see someone being very sentimental right now. And one card, animal spirit guide for Ava. The bear. I shouldn't have said that. I hear something going, I shouldn't have said that. They were right. I was too, like, I see someone being like, they had a point. And Jamie, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Ruby. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all that you do. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a good one, guys.